And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with your sensei, Bob. Hi, is he your horny devil? Yes, I am. And remember, don't believe a word I say. So, are you ready for some Donny? Woo! He's not even and he's really having a good time. Now, what about your subconscious mind?
Your subconscious mind is a powerhouse working behind the scenes, managing 95% of your thoughts, decisions, and actions.
Right here.
Think about that
Your
for a
subconscious
moment,
mind, right
95%. This means that most of what you do, say, and even feel is governed by a system you're not actively aware of.
And it's
And
an
here's the
illusion.
kicker. Science has proven that your subconscious mind makes decisions a full 7 seconds before you even realize it. That's right. By the time you think you're deciding, your subconscious has already called the shots. Incredible, right? But here's where it gets even more fascinating. Researchers at UCLA discovered something groundbreaking about the connection between your breath and your brain. They found that the way you breathe directly influences your brain patterns, especially in areas tied to emotion and decision making. That simple act you take for granted, breathing, holds the power to reshape your mental state.
Yeah, baby.
Now, what does this mean for you? It means your breath is more than just a life-sustaining act. It's a direct line of communication with your subconscious. And this isn't just theory. Some of the most elite individuals on the planet.
Not just your subconscious. That's the most lower case dimensional self, right? But your superconscious mind and your a place where God exists inside of it, right? We are a child of God. So what are you going to do with that, right? You're gonna let yourself be that horny devil, your subconscious, right? This is your subconscious right here. Always wanting to jerk off, right? So what are you going to do with that?
Now you have Donald Trump threatening a war on the entire BRICS. Everyone who is trying to move away from the dollar is going to sanctions and tariffs. You have Donald Trump also making huge threats on West Asia because we do have a Trump administration coming. We do have Russia sending probably one of the biggest messages geopolitically with this missile in a long time. And yet we have this situation. How do we square this circle exactly?
We cannot square the circle exactly. We can see points of rupture and points of reorganization and closer interaction, in fact. For instance, it's essential to follow what the Russians are trying to do in terms of creating the basis of a different international financial system. Every time that over 5 months in Russia this year, and
see all these really smart guys, right? They tell you blah 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 blah, right? And basically, this is all a scripted play, a theater piece, right? Like Shakespeare said, we're all actors on the stage. We all have our part to play. Right? And the war in Ukraine, it's the war of the two lads, right? It's killing a lot of people. And here we are in the geologic, geographic, and solar dynamic of being in Mars with the moon in Cancer. Woo-wee! Mars, the god of war, Cancer, emotion. So you have this emotional war there, right? And here we got Donny Chump, Carrot Head, ready to be the can of gasoline on it. I mean, he talked the whole time about, groceries. That's a really interesting word. Eggs. Bacon. It's expensive, and I'm gonna bring the prices down. I'm gonna make your life better. And as soon as he wins, and we have to remember we had to take the Panama Canal, and let's name the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, and let's make Canada the 51st state, and let's Iceland, which we needed because there's diamonds, gas, oil, rare earth, uranium. And Denmark has been, there's 54,000 Greenland folk, right? 54,000, less than the amount of people who live around me, right? And Donald could say, listen, kids, I'm going to give every one of you, what Elon Musk here, he's going to give every one of you $10 million and your own, Musk cell phone, and you're going to be the new citizens of Muskland, right? You guys remember this is Mars and Cancer together, right? And look at the weather we're having. This is the coldest weather, woo-wee. And this coming week, not this week coming, but tomorrow is Monday. A week from tomorrow, Carrot Head puts the hand on the book, and he's inaugurated, right? And basically, did you guys see those pictures of Donny and Obama? It's like, you got to be kidding me. It wasn't just Obama. When they go low, we go high. No. If that wasn't a picture of that, the club that we don't belong to, right? And that everyone, Georgie Porgy snubbed Donny, and kind of almost jacked Obama off, and Melania, over there, she's looking like The Handmaid's Tale. I mean, kids, get ready. Are you ready for some Carrot Head? Come on, yeah. So here we are. We're in live chat. What do you all think? Right? I'm just doing a stream of consciousness thing here. So, what do you think? And the sun has been going nuts for the last year, and we, our electromagnetic spectrum is kind of, they're starting to have northern lights down in Florida. Oh, we have all these drones. So what are the drones here flying everywhere? Yeah. And none of this, we don't have nation states anymore. We have a transnational, plutocratic, fascist state. And we've had it since 1770, since, we got 1776. No, let's go back to 1492 when Columbus killed a lot of people. Oh, here's my glasses. You guys are saying stuff. Let's see what you're saying here. Hi, fracking hour out. You don't frack out. No. This ain't any different than any other time, right? This ain't any different than when we nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This is nothing any different than when we 1947 created the national military state with the National Defense Act. We started the CIA, the NSA, all the other alphabet city nomenclature. That's right around when the aliens landed on the front lawn. Dirk Dorch went and saw Ike. This is nothing new. It's how we are going to respond to it, right? The only way we can respond to this is through love's co-creation, right? Thinking a meteor. Yeah, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't, right? I mean, there is a meteor heading right at us that's supposed to crash into the Atlantic in 2036. Man, that's only 10 years, 11 years away. That's not. I might even still be here. I don't think so, but I might. The real deal is the other thing is that this is an illusion. This is not real. We have to make it real. And freaking out, that's all. That's what they want. They want to suck up on that freak out juice. You know, meteors hit the planet all the time. The real fun thing is, see, people don't realize. Everyone thinks that the planet Earth is the third rock from the sun. No, we are like SpongeBob. Living under the sea. Why now? Jane, it's been going on. It's not just why now. They are like playing the card. You know, the Ukrainian war has been going on for 3 years. There's close to 1 million people have died. And they're all set to let go with nuclear weapons. Not all at once. Not like where we're going to have a nuclear weapon, but basically, I would say something on the order of 4 billion people are going to die on this planet Earth in the next, 3 weeks to the end of the year, right? They better get ready, A good friend, Whitley Strieber, wrote all his books. I love his books. The one I really like the best is 2012. The other one is Gray. Go read those 2 books, Jane. And basically, 2012 is, he wrote it the year 2012 happened, right? And everyone, it's the end of my calendar at a time. Oh, we're all going to die, right? Just like 12 years earlier when we had, Y2K, the computers are going to crash, and we're all going to die. It didn't happen, right? Now, it did happen in another dimension. It didn't happen in this one, right? Yep, AI must. But AI is like a good puppy dog. You treat it right, garbage in, garbage out, right? And so when you have morons like, Faceless Face Boy and, Xenon Murky Boy and Micro Penis Billy Boy, when you had those guys cooking up AI, it's going to be screwed, This illusion, what is reality? Reality, the only reality there is love's co-creation. That's the only reality, right? And to access that, you have to do it with conscious intent, right? Jesus is waiting by that door right there, always waiting for you to walk through it, right? And that door is forgiveness, right? So I've, changed my life many, 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 many times, right? And last time I died in 2014, when I was, Mr. Corporate Boy, and I was making just a little bit under a 6-figure salary for only 11 weeks work, right? And I was having the time of my life, and those desperate lawyers loved having me there. I was like the golden goose. I was like the rabbit's foot, meaning they would hire me to do specific negotiations, right? And looking at certain things, and I would do it, right? And get paid really well. But they would keep me around in their big, they had loads of real estate all over Florida, in the Keys, and Fort Lauderdale, Miami, South Beach, Hollywood, and they would put me up in one of their places, and I could go to one of 20 restaurants and eat all I wanted and just, put it on the chip. So, I did that from '06 to 2014. Then I died. So, but I had a really good time, right? And when I tell the church people about it these days, oh, that was you were fornicating. Oh, that was sin. Blah 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 blah. And no, God was constantly saying, "Don't worry about it. You need to know what this is. You need to experience this. Go for it, buddy. Just don't turn it into a religion. Don't. What's the first of the Ten Commandments? I am the only God. Don't have any false gods. So yeah, you can go to that titty bar. You can, have a lap dance. You can have, a 32,000 calorie meal. You can do all of the above, right? Just do not have it as your religion. Don't, that's not my God. It was just stuff. And I learned a lot about it, right? And I had a lot of experiences, loads of fun, helped a lot of people. That's my job. That's what I'm doing now. But instead of just under a 6-figure salary for 11 weeks work, pretty much I'm always, being the doula to agave love, right? Instead of muskrat love. It was like having muskrat love before, right? Wolf moon intent, yeah. You guys ever watch Doctor Who? That's a great series. There's a tremendous amount of metaphor in there of what's going on, right? And Doctor Who always, he keeps changing into different things, different guys and girls too, and black people. He's like covering the whole gamut, and he's always got kids going along for the ride, right? And a lot of them die, and he doesn't really worry about it too much, and he feels a little bad, but he had this black girl with curly hair who was going to Oxford where he was lecturing, and she became one of his, companions, and she ends up as a Cyberman because he was like busy doing something else, right? So that's the bottom line. It's like conscious intent. Yes, Doctor Who always pulls it out in the end, right? He's the dude. That doesn't mean he's in constant conscious intent. When he's doing his best, he sure is. But most times when things screw up, it's because he's, not consciously intent. So here, the blondie girl, she became the wolf, bad wolf, good wolf, something wolf. And she represented, basically end of times. After she died, as a human character, she was off in the worst of ways, but she kept coming back as a animal totem, right? A wolf. Especially when the old Doctor Who kept popping in there. Multi-dimensional. That's right. That's what we're experiencing. This is my multi-dimensional horny hat. Like bing, 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 bing. Taurus, yes. Well, I don't know. I think this is a unicorn puppy dog, something or other.
5 months in Russia this year, and next year is probably going to be the same thing. And the number one preoccupation when I'm there is to talk to people who can explain me the details. The inner mechanisms of how this whole thing is being organized. It's a monumental task. The complexity is absolutely mind-boggling.
And that's an illusion.
But the only ones who are capable of pulling it off are the Russians.
What really matters, and that's love.
They have them in power. They have beautiful brains. They have excellent universities that are in full force as BRICS partners. But we have an extremely disturbing element, which is Turkey. which is NATO member. The ruling class in Turkey has something that I learned this past 3 years, going to Istanbul all the time.
You don't speak Spanish, but you want to know what they say about you? These headphones seriously have you covered.
Good morning. Welcome to the Backyard Professor Responds videos. Dr. Stephen Greer has just doubled down on his claim that full disclosure is coming next week. This is remarkable. Now, this is an interview that I found on Vetted. He put it up about 1 day ago, and apparently this has not made the rounds yet. It's nowhere on YouTube. It is a news interview that Dr. Greer had. Let's take a listen to this interview, because this is quite remarkable. Whether you like him or not, it doesn't matter. This is information for the UFO community that could potentially shake up and change everything. And yeah, I get it. That is what Greer is known for, making the extraordinary claims. He calls.
I've known Steve Greer since he was an emergency room doctor in Asheville, North Carolina in '91. And this guy has been, his whole family and himself, that everything from that, it's a triangle, right? And from Asheville up to Kingsport, over to Johnson City, down to Asheville. Part of what is known as the Devil's Highway is there. There are a lot of cults of different flavors. There are lots of, sacrificial things going on, mostly with humans, and you don't hear anything about it. And Dr. Greer, he's not part of that, but it's been around him, and he's been seeing lights since he's a little kid. I mean, he's there are loads of flying saucers up there. It's just down the street from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Places like Little Switzerland and Micaville all had super strange minerals. That's why, Elizabethton became the Silicon Valley of the 1890s. That's why the Biltmores were up there, right? That's why that whole stretch between Asheville and Waynesville, up in those mountains of the Blue Ridge, were all these hotels that had private little railroads going from where, Biltmore had his railroad come up from D.C. into Asheville. And all over those places, little teeny railroads all over the place. And, you go to Johnson City, you go to Banner Elk, you go to any of those towns all up in that neck of the woods. Irwin, Irwin has some serious military-industrial stuff going on there, and has had it for the last 100 years. And there are all kinds of dimensions. I mean, why I picked my little deep green, it's right on top of one of this planet's heaviest occult, energetic ley lines, right? And there's a number of doorways and stargates all over the place, right? So that's why I picked that place. Plus, it was dirt cheap, and everything was ready for me to just take care of it. So, and that's my life. I don't really, when things constantly move into my life, I take care like this. I'm being the caretaker of this place. It's not like going to be my be-end and end-all job, but I will be able to help people here. It will be warm. Even when it gets ridiculously cold, meaning if I was in the deep green, I could easily die, right? Here, I'll just be sore. I won't be dead, right? So that's why it came this way. And, I will be able to facilitate this moving into its better self and better self and better self. And by the time it gets to the best self I can make it, there will be other people here to take my place. And I will go on to do something else, right? That's been my whole life, right? And I've had, I call them skill sets, but they were careers. I was a artist. I was a filmmaker. I was a photojournalist. I was a healer, right, of allopathic medicine, homeopathic medicine. I was a osteopath, and I had to practice. I studied and I practiced, and the state gave me the stamp, and I was on the national board creating all the rules and regulations for alternative medicine. And the only thing these guys were just going for the insurance companies and the bucks. And what I did was I made sure there was just a little niche for spiritual healing, right? And it's still there in the licensing. If you want to be any of this stuff and get paid by the insurance company, there still is, Reiki healing and, faith healing and those kind of alternative esoteric healing processes. And I had to practice in New York. And, I taught at the Swedish Institute. And I was their guy who developed their alternative medical department. I mean, they were just Swedish massage and every other kinds of massage. But I, went there. I was sent there to learn all that, and I did. And then I kind of took it further because of my other learnings that I was learning and building the protocols at Fort Hamilton. I helped do in 1969 to 1971. And the military and the, hospitals for wounded soldiers have just started to use those protocols. Right? So anyway, this is a very good book. I started a thing in 1973 called out of when I went to school in 66 at Cooper Union, and they had this really interesting new department called Alternative Technologies, and I was there for about a year and a half. And then it kind of got shut down and went back to being, what Cooper is, architecture, art, engineering, right? And alternative technology, like the kind of meters that you can now use and put photocells on your roof and then hook it into the grid. We made that meter, and Cooper Union had enough money to fight the utility companies for a good 30 years until it was made so you could do that, right? And we did a whole bunch of other stuff, different ways of not just having batteries to store, sustainable alternative energy from wind and solar and geothermal. We made other mechanisms for that. And this stuff, that technology will be coming down the line relatively soon. Not now. Tesla, we were just working off the bones of Nikola Tesla and other people like, the guy who invented television. Pop into my mind. But anyway, I started a thing in 1973 called the Institute for Aesthetically Adept and Appropriate Technology. And I wrote a thesis on it. And this man basically wrote this, the Medic Magic manipulation of the root social matrix and the fabric of reality, right? This guy took the so the stuff that I wrote, I kind of took from the old guys, the Greeks, the Mesopotamians, the Babylonians, and people before that, the Celts. And, that's the stuff I learned from Archie and the old crone. This right here. This is what I learned from, right? This guy, Mr. Kirk Packwood, did an excellent job. You can go online and download this. That's what a friend of mine did for me. So, I just found this thing, and it's exactly what you wrote in 1973. Not really. This guy did a much better job than me. I did it my, esoteric kind of way. Copyright 2004, Robert Packwood. See, Jaguar Temple Press, Seattle, Washington. Let's see, where is their email? Their ISBN number is 0-9749450-0-3. Oh, yes, here we go. www.jaguartemple.com. But anyway, guys, if you want to, get a copy of this, you can get it from them. Right? Like as my friend, he printed it out, and so all of this stuff is unbelievably accessible, right? Well, everything that would bring peace on earth, goodwill to man, is pretty much right there. No big deal. But we are being forced by, the powers that shouldn't be, the hidden hand, whatever you want to call it.
He calls people as witnesses who unfortunately sometimes are not witnesses, etc. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled, but all ideas are on the table in the backyard professor thinking, and we explore all ideas. We don't necessarily have to believe all ideas, but we do explore them, look at them, give them airtime, analyze them, compare and cross-check, etc.
Yep.
Let's take a look at this.
Dr. Stephen Greer is back with us. He's the founder of the Disclosure Project. Dr. Greer has been consistent with us for weeks that there is a disclosure coming before the presidential inauguration, which now leaves us with 10 days. Dr. Greer, it's great to have you back. This is where we are right now. A flight crew on a commercial airplane recorded this large orb in the skies while they were at 17,000 feet. And now people, we mentioned this a week ago, are reportedly getting sick all over the world from this granular, mysterious fog that's being seen all over the place. Does this disclosure happen next week? And if it does, how does it happen? When it starts happening, how will we know?
This little-known 7-second ritual is freeing people from inhalers forever. It's so easy you can do it at home. Many people continue relying on it.
Well, it'll be all over the news. It's good to see you again. I just heard an hour ago from we call the NOC, he's non-official cover aerospace intelligence community, a senior operator from one of the key two black sites out in the western United States. And they are preparing to do this next week. I don't have an exact date. They intend to not only provide their testimony of operations, he's been there almost 30 years, but also the evidence and other details. Now, he's been involved in two things. One is the testing and the surveillance of the man-made UAPs that have been manufactured out of the Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman complexes out in the high desert. The other is the targeting of non-human craft. Some would say extraterrestrial, some say alien. The words they're using now is NHI, non-human intelligence, and the downing of those objects. So he's been intimately involved. I've been at his facility, and that is on track. Now,
So, Stephen could not be putting this stuff out on the main media lines if he wasn't really representing, again, the story. Not to say that anything that he's talking about isn't true. That gray fog, I've been watching that, around, one of my, maybe 2 months ago, I put this up on my
he's got a glass jaw. He can't take because of the autism or where he's on the spectrum. He's clearly not. He's got the maturity of an 11-year-old. You can tell that. But
that's actually pretty mean. All right, let's jump into this. We've officially entered phase 2 of the MAGA Civil War. Steve Bannon came out yesterday and called Elon Musk racist and truly evil. And then he said he will do anything to keep Elon Musk out of the White House. And this is like if Russia and China went to war. I kind of want both sides to lose. They're both absolutely terrible human beings. But it's nice to see somebody pushing back on Elon Musk within the MAGA sphere, even if Steve Bannon himself is both racist and truly evil. But Steve Bannon's been saying a lot of really genuinely mean things about Elon Musk, and there's a lot of truth to a lot of it. The fact that he can't take criticism. I'll play this full clip in a second, but I want to run you guys down how this started and how we got here. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe for more pro-democracy content. This reads, Steve Bannon condemns Elon Musk as, quote, racist and truly evil. Ex-Trump advisor denounces tech CEO's embrace of some forms of immigration and vows to take this guy down. So this has entered a new level of escalation. Elon Musk.
Well, folks, it looks as though J.P. Mandel is alive and well after all. He finally poked his head out from under the sand to have something to say. We've not heard a whole lot from him since the election. Now, some of you may be going, Brando, who is J.P. Mandel? Well, I'm referring to J.D. Vance, but I'm never going to be able to call him J.D. Vance. Because once Trump butchered his name and called him J.P. Mandel, I found that so hilarious that I've called him that ever since. But he finally poked his head up to have something to say, and he's been pretty quiet since the election. I was starting to wonder if he was going to kind of become the Elvis of politics, where we just randomly see him in a Burger King somewhere. But he's back, and he's in the spotlight, and he's said something that just goes to show you that he still hasn't really fully figured out how to MAGA. JD has figured out that that's the cash cow he needs to grift off of, but he still hasn't really figured out how to talk to him. He's really awkward still. And so when he gets an opportunity to talk, instead of spinning the bullshit the way that Donald Trump and Don Jr. does, and the more higher up MAGA loons like Marjorie, they know how to spin it in a way that JD ain't mastered yet. And so when he gets the opportunity to talk about Greenland, he just goofs up and says the entire quiet part right out loud. Take a look at this clip.
Are we using or considering use of military force in any of those situations?
No, we don't have to use military force, Shannon. The thing that people always ignore is we already have troops in Greenland. Greenland is really important for America strategically. It has a lot of great natural resources. My friend Donald Trump Jr. was there a couple days ago, and you know what they told him? They want to be empowered to develop. The people of Greenland want to be empowered to develop the resources there. We also need to make sure that Greenland is properly cared for from an American security perspective. And frankly, the current leadership, the Danish government, has not done a good enough job of securing Greenland. I think there actually is a real opportunity here for us to take leadership to protect America's security, to ensure that those incredible natural resources.
This in the 19th century was called Manifest Destiny. Oh, let's have the Spanish-American War where we take all the Pacific. Oh, let's make the Philippines a state. Right? I mean, the war, Spanish-American War, we got Hawaii out of that, right? And we made it a state, right? So it's 2,000 miles off the coast of California, and it's a state. So why couldn't we almost made the Philippines a state? That's why they all speak English. That's why half the nurses in the United States are Filipino. So it's like... it's loads of fun.
We're going to get into Alan Lichtman's bold predictions for the year 2025. Where do you want to start, Dad?
Take them for what they're worth. Don't take it too seriously, though. These are not based on a model. They're not scientific predictions. They are simply based on my gut, and I'm simply throwing them out there for your consideration.
Yeah, everybody said, he got his prediction wrong. He got his prediction wrong. Let's double down and make more predictions. What the hell? People are already criticizing him every left turn. Let's just keep going.
Right. It's not enough to have 42 years of correct predictions. I got one wrong in a totally unprecedented, extraordinary election, and of course people have been jumping all over me. That's fine.
You know what no one gives you credit for is that you predicted that Trump was going to get impeached too. You predicted he was going to win in 2016, and you predicted he was going to get impeached
at the same moment. And plus, who was the strongest critic of what the Democrats were doing in openly trashing Joe Biden and pushing him out of the race? Exactly. So they set up a situation that I had warned against them. I'm not backing off the fact that I was wrong. And, in all my interviews, I was very clear. I said, of course I can be wrong.
Enough of that.
Right. Medicaid, the military.
Servicing the debt. There's nothing to cut there. You can't cut the servicing of the debt. You're obligated to do that.
You're not going to cut the military at a time when China is challenging the U.S. for military predominance. And the truth is, there's almost no waste whatsoever in Social Security and the medical programs. They're basically check writing operations. This is what was found 40 years ago, and it's even more true today. That's why the Grace Commission was a huge bust. So I think that the commission will be a huge bust, and they're not going to cut into the bone and muscle of Social Security, the medical programs, food stamps, the things upon which.
But the mob did not just shatter the windows of the Capitol. They shattered the ideals we took for granted. They did not just break down the doors of the building that housed American democracy. They trampled the very principles.
We have no democracy. We're a republic. Our founding fathers were all Masons. We're not a Christian country. The First Amendment says, and I kind of quote, Congress will make no law that makes a state-run religion. Everyone has the free right to celebrate their spiritual experience any way they want to, right? They can talk about it. They can have a ceremony about it. We're not going to tax it. And you can gather and you can actually come and speak to the government about your wishes. That's the First Amendment. It's not free speech. It's a free speech to celebrate whatever religion. Your God could be a doorknob, as far as our founding fathers, because they were all Masons. They were all esoteric occultists, right? They were all magicians and wizards. I mean, the picture that is in the White House of George Washington is him standing there with his Masonic apron on, right? The speech that JFK made 5 weeks before he died in Dallas was the speech he gave about secret societies. It just goes on, and it's right in front of our faces. Okay, let's see what Jane's talking about here. So Taurus, let's see, you really know Stephen Green. Far out. Well, yeah, he was in Asheville when I was in Asheville. He was in the, whatchamacallit, the emergency, he was an emergency room doctor, and I went there with a friend, and, he was there, we talked, and he basically, we talked and talked and talked, and I told him about my experiences, and he was like, whoa, but he was being, a doctor, and he had this house his family had forever, kind of between Irwin and Asheville, as you kind of near Micahville, and it was kind of messed up electrically, and I kind of screwed around with it, and I had a girlfriend who was a shrink, and she was agoraphobic. She would never leave the house, and so I brought her up there, and we cleaned up that gigantic place and ate a lot of food, and it was the same kind of electrics that Biltmore House had, meaning Tesla wireless, 0-point energy, right? And we stayed, and big snowstorm hit. We stayed there for about a month and a half. We had plenty of heat, plenty of food, and all she really needed was a lot of sex and good food. And we did that, and that broke her. That will break agoraphobia every time. A lot of good sex, a lot of good food, and being out there in the woods, right? And we were surrounded by every kind of, doorway, pathway, energy, whatever. And it, didn't stop her from being batshit crazy, but we're all batshit crazy. If you believe you are your bag of water, you're batshit crazy. If you cannot understand that you are, love's co-creation, that you are the doula of love's co-creation. That's what you are, right? So Stephen, if you just look at him and listen to him, he's righteous. Everything he's talking about is righteous, but he wants to be the hero, right? He wants to go down in the book as the guy who, brought disclosure. Now, he spent his last 30, 40 years at every nickel he has doing this, and he's put a lot of, stress on whatever relationships he has. So, did I meet Stephen Greer? Yes. Right? Did I talk to him a good deal about this? Yes. Right. But he was still being Stephen Greer, the doctor, because that's who he thought he should be, because of mommy and daddy and other things. And they had a history of, because once people start seeing or having, experiences of, the third kind, basically you realize that it's not just you having the experience of seeing the aliens, but it's your parents had it, and their parents had it, and their parents. It's genetic. It's in our genetic dynamic. And all the experiences I've had, I've realized, because one time when my mom was having her gallbladder taken out, I was like hanging out with her in the hospital. No one else was, my father wasn't hanging with her. My brothers and sisters, they all lived in New York, so they could all, but I was hanging with her, and I was reading her stuff that she liked. And it was like, it was a hospital that I had worked in, and so the people knew me. So it's like, oh, it's the end of visiting times. Nah, I could stay there all night long, right? So, and the fact that I was there with her, so she wouldn't bother the nurses for what, she wanted, they were happy that I was there. So I was reading my mom, I forget what story, it might have been Stuart, she loves Stuart Little, right? And so I loved that level of children's books. Just loved it because she read it with me when I was, 2 years old. That's where I learned to read. One of the places, anyway. And so, I'm always about lighting, and so I've turned all the bright fluorescents off and have one little lamp over there so I can kind of read to her. And that one lamp is a nice, comfy, mellow things, and she goes, "Look at that!" And it's a view out this window. We're probably on the 11th story of the, I think it was Roosevelt, and it was all by her. She didn't have 3 or 4 other people there. It was all by herself. She had her own bed and a really nice one of those nurse chairs, nice chair that you could sit in and go to sleep in. And anyway, so I'm reading the book, and she goes, "Look at that," and I look at it, and it's the view out the window is kind of across Central Park and over to the East River, and the UN is over here, and the Rockville Center is over there. So there's a big space between, because the UN it's like a park. They have all this open space around the big rectangle building that looks like the obelisk out of 2001. And so, and then the round flying saucer that it's the General Assembly. So, so there's this big space, and it's looking out, over Central Park. I have no real lights, so it's kind of dark. And then kind of in this space where the only kind of light was Tudor City, and there's this, again, darker space. And then it's the East River, and then there's Brooklyn over there, right? And Queens over there. And a little farther over there, you could see the Statue of Liberty. So there was these big open spaces and this bright, spanking light that was, it looked like a giant donut, the size of the General Assembly building, 600 feet circumference or diameter, right? And so, and this thing was just lazily going across the East River and out past the Battery and out towards Statue of Liberty and out towards the Atlantic Ocean, just do and just going really slow, and we're just watching it, right? This this is like in the, could have been the 80s. So no cell phones, nothing like that. So we're just watching it. And the nurse comes in, right? They do the things. And I said, hey, come here. Look out the window. What do you see? And she goes, New York City. I said, no. What is that bright thing over there? She goes, oh, it's the Statue of Liberty. I said, no. It's not this. Next to like the open space where the Atlantic Ocean is. What is that? What do you? She goes, wow. It's a gigantic donut with sprinkles. Pretty much looked just like that. But it was super bright. I mean, super bright. But she had been looking at it for about 5 minutes when she said, no, it's this. I said, no, it's not. I said, what is that? Right? And I had to go over the window and put my fingers up like this. Like, here it is. Like, there it is. So what is that? It's a super bright donut with sprinkles on it. And my mom said, yes, that's what it is. And so that's what Stephen Greer is talking about. And that was maybe 11 years before I met Stephen Greer in Asheville. Anyway, so Steve's doing a great job. He really is. Somebody had to. I didn't want to. And he is the dude. He's the dude for this job. I hope he gets all what he wants, right? But it's obvious that he's being played, right? He wouldn't be able to hold that position, be, on national television, talk to what he does, and talk to all the people he talks to, and disseminate, the religion of disclosure. And that's what it is. All these kind of belief structures are religions because they deal with ceremonies, right? So Steve is a great guy. Is he my best friend? No. I may have spent all of maybe 3 different times, maybe 2 hours. and very, at the hospital, we talked for, 20, 30 minutes. And because I brought a friend there, and there was nobody there, and he was like the emergency room, and this person just needed, to go see the shrink, right? And I was a shrinky guy, and I'm doing my best at being the shrinky guy with my friend, but my friend wanted to go to the hospital, right, and get drugs, basically. And so Steve was, we talked for, somewhere between 15 minutes and almost an hour. And then my friend came back, and they said, we're going to put him into, this doctor came out. We're going to put him in for observation for 2 days over at this hospital. And the guy goes, don't I know you? Don't you work for, yes. I said, yep, that's me. He goes, so why didn't you? I said, because he wanted to come to the hospital. He wanted to go over there. He wanted you to give him drugs. I'm not giving anybody drugs. That's not my thing. So that guy, he sat down and we started talking about drugs and this and that and protocols. And that's when Steve said, I got to go. And that guy said, I got to go. And my friend was put away, and I went back to my place. So that's how I met Stephen. I met Stephen again. I had a friend, George, what it was, U.S. American electric spacecraft. I'll go dig up one of our journals. And he lived out near Marshall. He had bought a factory building, right? A defunct factory building. And we did Tesla experiments there. And we would, this flying saucer, the electric spacecraft group. Let's see. See if these guys have it. Electric Spacecraft Journal, published in North Carolina. Electric Spacecraft Journal. Okay. Electric Spacecraft Journal was first published in January 1991. To share concepts, research, experiments. Yep. Electric Spacecraft Journal. Let's see if they want you to buy a copy. $26 a year. Sunlight Drive. Mexico. Oh, they moved. Works of T. Townsend Brown. Levity Disk Generation, Electric. Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff we did. Spacecraft. They're not mentioning George's name at all. Let's see, space publishing technology. No, that's not it. But anyway, you can see that 1994 electric propulsion, anti-gravity, electric spacecraft journal. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. 30 has been called following articles title. Yep. So if you go on to Google and go look up Electric Spacecraft Journal, it'll get you down the, and so that's, Stephen was at one of those meetings. And my friend George, who I knew from New York, who was part of the U.S. Psychotronic Society that Preston Nichols and Al Bielek and all those guys were part of. And they were part of the Montauk Project. I was the guy who brought those boys to Montauk. Now, they had been part of that project, but that someone was screwing with their brains. They all worked in the, like Preston worked for Sperry and Grumman, and Al Bielek worked for Grumman. They all worked for those guys. And we had this research group sponsored by Sperry, and Sperry is now Raytheon. So we, and basically we were sponsored by DARPA. And back in those days, it was called ARPA, I think. So Advanced Research Programs, but DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Programs. And Johnny Winchester was our handler, and she was this bitchin', unbelievably sex goddess cowgirl, right? And she had 245s on her hips, and she wore buckskin outfit, and she was buxom, and she had no underpants and no brassiere, and that buckskin was the only thing that kind of gave her a sensibility of not being that exposed. But if she sat down and opened her legs, woohoo! And if she leaned over you, it's like, look at the areolas. And that was, my basic motivation. And but she was brilliant, and she was scary, but she kept bringing us technology that was off the freaking wall, right? And so when George, we were given this one, this box, right? We opened up the box, and inside it, I don't know if you remember back in the day when personal computers first started. I forgot the guys who made it, but it looked like a suitcase. You took off the cover, and that was the keyboard and a little teeny screen, and the computer was inside the suitcase, right? And it had, you could put big floppy disks into it, right? Not the little ones, but the big ones, right? And so, and it was made by the guys who made the supercomputers, right? And this is, again, the early, late 70s, early 80s, right? And so this box came with it. And it looked like that, but it wasn't, right? And in this other box, this kind of felty kind of box, you opened it up, and there were like these, round stainless steel donuts, right? And inside there was a leather kind of pouch, and inside it were these. There were about 6 to 8 of these donuts, right? And there was this leather pouch that had these cables that looked like USB ports on either end. And inside the little donuts, there was a place to plug that in. And in the computer thing, the control box is what we called it. They had a line of these places to plug those in. And it had an instruction book, right? And these guys are like fooling around with it. And there was no like thing that you would plug into the wall, right? So you could, there was a couple of screws, you could take those out and they went into a suitcase that had a wooden frame, take those screws out, and it had these little handles, and you could take, and there's all the electronics and everything. Anyway, so these guys are taking it apart, and no one's read the instructions. I'm reading the instructions. And I go, okay, that's it. We got to stop now. And they go, what do you mean? And I said, first of all, how do you haven't read the instructions. I just have. I'm going to have to read them about 10 times, and you guys need to read them too. And Johnny, you need to read this too. She goes, no, you boys do that. I just expose myself and get your cheeseburgers and hold the guns. Right? I'm just here for security. I'm your handler. Anyway, I mean, she was like Donald Trump. She lied through her teeth, but told you the truth, without any sideband. So anyway, I knew George from our little experience at Cooper Union that then became the alternative technology scene at the United Nations, and that's where I met George. And so I got a hold of him, and I said, George, I got something I want you to look at. Right? And he looked at this thing. And so George had been part of the Manhattan Project. And he told me that the Manhattan Project, it wasn't just the atomic bomb. He said the atomic bomb was the lowest caveman thing. He said the other stuff we were playing with, he goes like, we had a lot of projects, we had Rainbow, which was the Philadelphia experiment. And there were other ones, And if you go read Preston Nichols' book, he does a very good job of discussing it. Al Bielek also wrote a pretty good book. And those guys, Al Bielek and his brother Duncan, who was older than Al was, they were both in the Navy, and they were on the Eldridge when the experiment happened. And basically, Al stayed on the boat in the fetal position. He didn't move from where, once they hit the switch and everything went crazy, he didn't move at all, not a bit. And Duncan, his older brother, freaked out and jumped off the side of the boat and disappeared and didn't show back up until 1968 at the Montauk Project when he came through the time tunnel. And if you go watch the TV show, The Time Tunnel, it's exactly, and that's the beauty of movies and TV and all of that. They are constantly telling us what's going on so we can put it up here into our subconscious. We started up this story here with somebody talking about our subconscious being the most powerful thing, blah, 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 blah. No. Your superconscious mind is, right? And your sanctuary of your own choosing, right? It's the open door in your Akashic records. There are the 9 doors. There's always one door open. And that, you go through that, and there's a staircase that goes up to this bridge that goes into your sanctuary of your own choosing, where God lives inside of you. Let's see. Perhaps a close encounter. Do you really know Stephen here? Perhaps. I've had a lot of close encounters. The first one I had was when I was 4. My mom had me, I kept electrocuting my mother. Not because I wanted to, I was just always fooling around with electricity. As an infant, what was the first thing I did? I was in my onesie. I crawled over the electric socket. I don't know where I got a total metal knife from. I stuck in the electric socket, and I had a choice. You look at an electric socket. One is small, and the other is bigger. Well, the bigger one is the neutral, and the smaller one is the hot leg. So I had a 50-50 choice of sticking it into whichever one I stuck it into, and I stuck it into the hot leg. And because I was in a onesie, and I wasn't grounded anywhere, I was just getting a little, I was getting the frequency, right? I was getting the hertz. But my sister ratted me out, and my mom saw me like in the electric socket going, And so she came over. She put one hand on the radiator and the other one to grab me. She was knocked across the room. Right? That's the first time I electrocuted my mom. Second time, I found these amazing capacitors. They're called barrel capacitors. They're really, they're about the size of a 5-gallon drum, right? And there's the anode, the hot, the secondary, right? And basically, a capacitor is kind of like a battery. It stores up a charge to a certain point, holds it there, and then discharges it, right? So it's kind of a gate. It's a switch. So I found these things, and they were different shapes. Some were small, some were big, and I would energize them. And the big ones, I could put it into a Jacob's ladder and make lightning in the basement, right? So one time I charged one up and I was fooling around with it. My mother said, "It's dinner time." So I went up and I didn't. Normally I would discharge the capacitor into ground. So there would be no current left in the capacitor. I didn't do that. I just went up because I was hungry and I kind of disconnected it from the taps and I left it charged. And a day or so, my mom came down to do the laundry, and the anode was, I hooked up to the water pipe. So when she touched the washer, she was throwing it across. So I did that to my mom maybe 6 different times. So by the time I was 4, and my grandma basically took care of me, and she knew I was doing this stuff. So she basically took all the stuff my grandfather had and my Uncle Steve had and put it in a room and said, "You can go play with that stuff. Just don't blow anything up and don't start fires," right? And she wouldn't go in there to get electrocuted, and I would fool around with that stuff. My Uncle Steve, I would go to his house on the weekends, and he had a really great laboratory because he was an engineer himself. Right? So, and people who make money out of technology, they're not like Neon Husk. He's not an engineer. No. Grifter, and he's been put there. All of these people have been put there, just like Mr. Lolita Express, what's his name? Jerry Lewis? No, what's his name? That guy wasn't an investment banker. He wasn't anything except a grifter working for the hidden hand, right? And when he was no longer usable, he was either taken off the court or killed, one or the other. I'm not quite sure which, right? So, he was more into the paranormal because, like I said, he grew up there and he experienced a lot of this. You have to read his books, meaning everyone has their story, right? And everyone experiences their life in multi-dimensions, right? Because we're only here in this moment. The past doesn't exist, future isn't here yet, right? So in that, there are many, 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 many different experiences that the individual has, and how that individual plays it out is you have to. So he's written a lot of books about his experiences, and the ones about what he's experienced, what his family, he kind of. So that's what I was interested in when I first met him, and I was in the hospital waiting room, and he took my friend away to go see his shrink, and we talked because it was late at night, there was nothing going on, and we just started talking. And I said, "So, well, you've been here?" He goes, "Oh, where'd you come from?" I said, "New York City." So, "Oh, New York City, I love New York City." So, "Yeah, I grew up there." "Oh," I said, "Where'd you grow up?" I said, "Right here." And he goes, "Well, not really right here, but kind of out near Marshall, between Marshall and Little Switzerland, on that side of Mount Mitchell." And I said, "Oh, that's where all the crazy lights are." And he goes, "That's right. That's where the fairies live." I said, there's this place that I'm kind of fixing up, and he goes, "Oh yes, I know that place. That was part of our family." Blah blah blah, and he was talking about all the things he saw. So not particularly about what he's talking about now, about disclosure, right? And I knew more, and I didn't even go there, because I got to Asheville in '91, and all my experience of, U.S. psychotronics and ARPA and all of that stuff, and alternative technology at the UN and at Cooper Union and all of that kind of stuff, right? And George Christie and the Thule Society and all of that, Whitsam's Goldenrod up there near Ithaca, and where the Madame Blavatsky was up there in Acorn Land, upstate New York. Anyway, all of those things, right? So I've been totally exposed to hundreds of different things, which I could have gone off the deep end for any one of them, right? Basically, I've always gone into the dynamic of love's co-creation. What's that? Whatever that is. Let's see. Spirit, how do you have any Bigfoot? Yeah, oh boy, do I have Bigfoot stories. So around where I live, near the Deep Green, Bigfoot is all over the place. The whole family is there, right? And so they love, like I had one of my paranormal friends, what do you call her? She's totally psychic, beyond psychic. She's been in every kind of research group you can imagine. She came to visit me 2 months ago, around Christmas time, before Christmas time, when it was still warmish, right? And I'm still living in the Deep Green. Anyway, so she came over, and I made her something. I had a little food there. I prepared something, and she brought a little something, and we were sitting on one of my decks talking about stuff, and she goes, "Oh, what's in up there in your big deck and in your garage?" And I said, yeah, I want to show you something. So she felt it and went in. And so I took her up there and I said, "So what's in here?" And I thought it was like dead cat or dead mice or something, but it didn't really smell like death, but it smelled really funky, right? What was the word she used? She used a word, like animals, like a barn. It didn't, I've been a farm boy. It wasn't like that. It was something else. She goes, "Oh, you have a Bigfoot living here." I said, "What?" I said, "It's full of stuff." She goes, "It doesn't matter. The Bigfoot lives in another dimension. What Bigfoot likes is that this garage from the floor to the ridge of your roof is like 25 feet. Bigfoot's really tall. He likes a place where he doesn't have to stoop over." I said, "So it doesn't matter that it's full of crap. He can move all around that, but if it had a low ceiling, he could." And she goes, "It's complicated." Anyway, so she just went on and on about, yeah. So she goes, "So are there any kind of little fun things?" I said, "Well, I recycle everything to the point. I mean, I use it over and over and over. Like if I go out and have a meal, like you see me at these different restaurants, right? I don't eat the whole meal. I take half of it with me, right? I eat just half. That's why, I'm in pretty good shape, right? I don't gorge myself. And so, anyway, I'll have a styrofoam box or a styrofoam cup, and I will use it over and over and over to cook in, until it starts to decompose, right? And basically, something takes those cups and boxes and basically chews them up and then molds them into sculptures and then leaves them. I have in my deck, I have a place to sit, a bench all the way around, and I use it like as a table to clean something or to cook on or any of the above. And they will make like a little village of this styrofoam paper cardboard stuff chewed up and then molded into these little things that are all around, right? And you look at them and you go, what the heck is that? And if you look at it sideways, you can see what it is. If you look at it straight on, it just looks like munched up stuff. So I go, yeah. And I think of it and my friend goes, oh yes, it's definitely Bigfoot making art. So yes, I have a lot of, and I have this like gigantic, energetic ley line that comes right out of the ground, to about 200 feet. I was going to build the big house and I was going to use, it's like a gigantic piece of metal. I mean, I've had scientists up there to try and, what is that? And they've like tried to drill it. They tried to burn it with lasers and torches and hit it with all kinds of things. And they can't tell me, they go, it's indestructible. It's really hard. It's very energetic. There's all this energy coming off, blah, blah, blah. So I said, that's a ley line. Yeah, but it's supposed to be like 200 feet underground or 1,000 feet under. It's like right in your backyard, like for 200 feet. I said, yeah, but I'm at the bottom of the holler, tops of those mountains that are all around me. It's I'm where it's like 900 feet. It's just coming out of the ground right where I'm at. And that's why I bought the place, right? And there's a spring there. So when water comes out of it, it's like the most amazing water, right? And it doesn't come out all the time. It could rain and rain and rain and still water doesn't come out. Could be dry and dry and dry, and water comes out of it. It's like, so that's why I bought this place. Plus, it was a defunct kind of gated community. It was a scam. They sold it to a cult, and then the cult realized they couldn't do anything with it. So they, it's in lots of different people's names. And I knew that there's never going to be anything other than me here because no one can find all these different people. And, it's not going anywhere. So that's why the space is what it is. So it's got, 30-something lots. There's 4 houses. Me and another person kind of live there. And the other 2, the buildings that are still there, they've been bought many, many, many times. And the people who own it now just rent it out as Airbnbs. So anyway. Yes, it's that whole area where I am, and this place too has a lot of spirit energy in it, right? So, let's see. Some odd aliens in New York, yep. Okay. Bigfoot stories. So, yeah, the Bigfoot's all over my neighborhood. Another Bigfoot story is on the other side of the other county next to me, the 3 counties, maybe about 25 miles from me, over about 6 mountains and around the lake. It's a friend of mine, and she's a retired lawyer, and she is her specialty was admiralty law, right? And that's one of the things I mentioned. And so I said, oh, you're a lawyer. What are you doing out here? And she goes, well, I'm the smartest lawyer around here. So I know a lot of lawyers around there. And they all say they're the smartest lawyer. And I said, so what's your specialty? She goes, well, I don't really do it anymore, but I used to make a lot of money doing admiralty law. And I said, oh, really? That's one of my favorite things, right? And so we talked, and that's how we became friends. And she's, a small person, right? Or, I don't know, midget, dwarf, whatever. I have no idea what's the appropriate term for them. I just call her Betty. I don't have to call her anything other than Betty. And so she's got gigantic Great Danes, which she rides like a horse. She gets on, goes bareback, and they go all over the county. And these dogs have paws that are like, and if they just put their paw up on you, they will rip you apart, right? So I'm a dog boy. I'm the only guy who can go up on her, drive up, and because I, saw this car once that was there, and that dog put its like a lion's paw, just, and just put, opened up the car side and then down the tire and then ripped off the transmission. I mean, these dogs are big dogs. Anyway, that's her. So anyway, we were sitting on her deck and we were looking at the stars. I made her dinner. She likes my cooking. And we're talking about this and talking about that. And the dogs start to go crazy, right? And it was not, it's like what I call dark, almost dark 30, meaning there was still some, the sun had gone down, but the sky was pink and gold, and it wasn't really dark, right? And the moon was up, and it's full moon, and it was brighter than bright. And so there were no looking at stars. It was brighter than bright, and the dogs went nuts. And they shot out of the house, ran across the field, and went right over this gigantic fence and went into the woods. Go, and we're just going, uh-huh. And I said, she goes, well, they'll either be back or they won't. And I said, okay. And so I went in and made a pot of tea, and then we hear a scream, and then about 5 minutes later, they're running like zing, and they like fly over the fence and go. We go in the house, and they're like under her bed, like, oh. I wonder what that is. So we go out on the deck, and she has these infrared kind of binoculars. By this time, it is dark, right? And so she's got these infrared things. She goes, oh my God. I said, what? She goes, it's a Bigfoot. I said, what? And I'm looking around, and I can't see anything. She goes, it's a Bigfoot. And so, the dogs, they stop screaming and crying under the bed, but they're still in the house. They're not coming out. So things become very quiet. We drink another pot of tea, and I say, let's get some flashlights. It's really bright. Let's go see what's out there. So we go out there, and there are a lot of branches broken, and we look down, and it's this gigantic foot, right? Toes, hair, not the foot itself, but it was muddy. It had rained the night before, and so it was muddy. So it made an amazing imprint. But it was dry as, it wasn't raining, it's not a cloud in the sky. And it was summer-ish, not quite summer, but summer-ish. And so she goes, I got a bag of, plaster of Paris, So she, gets a thing of bucket of water, and we take the 20-pound bag out there, and we, because I've been on geological things, so spread a little bit of the dry plaster of Paris on the footprinters thing itself, and then you mix some up with the water, and then you have it, not quite liquidy, but very loose, and you put it on top of the dry stuff, and then you take the rest of the plaster of Paris and you mix it up with what's left of the water, and then you easily put it on there, and then you kind of, up to the ground level, and then we put some cardboard on top of it and kind of pegged it down with some nails into the dirt, and we went home. Right? Next morning, we have breakfast. We go out there, and it's hasn't rained. It's been dry. It's set up beautifully, and the dirt is still not moist, but workable. And we just kind of moved the dirt away, and it made a perfect imprint of this foot. Right? And so we, she goes, "Oh, let's go to ETSU. I know this guy. He's about animals, and he's all about footprints." And so we take it to him, and he's like goes apeshit over the thing. And he goes, "This is what I think it is." And she goes, "Yes, Bigfoot." And he goes, "Well, we never use that word." So he goes, I'll give you this back, but I need to take this and show it to some other people to really analyze it." Anyway, so she said, "Sure," because she knew this guy really well. So she, we go back home. She goes, "How long would this analyze?" She goes, "Call me next Saturday." It was a Saturday when we saw him. So, okay, I went home. I did whatever I was doing. I didn't stick around, meaning at that time I wasn't, hadn't died yet. I still had my consulting business. I wasn't really living in the the deep green, 24/7, 365. I was there a week here, a week there, month here, a month there. But, 10th of December, I went to my house down in Florida, right? And I was, working a lot, 11 weeks of the year. Anyway, so I'd be there for 2 or 3 weeks of the spring, 3 or 4 weeks of the summer, 2 or 3 weeks of the fall, a couple, 2 or 3 weeks of November, and December 10th comes out. Because there were some people I would go have Thanksgiving with. So anyway, so a few weeks go by, I come back and I say, let's go visit your friend. Have you called him? And she goes, yes. I gave him a week. I called him. He never, I left a message, never called back. And then, I said, okay, that's cool. Here it is, Wednesday, right? He teaches, right? He has the schedule. Go online and see what his schedule is. She goes, oh yeah, he has a lecture at 3:00. I said, okay, let's go there around 2:30 and sit in the back of the lecture hall and wait till the kids go, and then go say hi to him. So we go do that, and he's like, oh, I'm very busy. I can't talk to you now. And she goes, where is my footprint? He goes, what? Where is the footprint? He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. She goes, I gave you a footprint, right? Now, I took pictures of it, so I had pictures of it. And I had pictures of it. I said, this is, here's the here's the cast that we gave you. Here's the picture of us giving you the cast. What are you talking about? He goes, I can't talk to you now. And that was it. He did everything he could to never talk to us, see us ever. And he left ETSU. He sold his house and left. Right? So those are my two Bigfoot. I have one other Bigfoot story. I have a friend of mine who is truly, there's a TV story of the two brothers, Paranormal, I think that's what it was called. And there's another story, a TV show with that bad robot boy made called Fringe. I had a friend of mine who was, I don't know how to describe him, but he was kind of like me, but he signed on, right? And he was high enough in the thing where they didn't screw with his head, right? They didn't give him missing time. They didn't, take out things of his head because they needed him to be there kind of in one piece. And he and I, how we became friends was all the things I did and all the places I were, I would be there and he would be at that, I don't know if I told you the story about when I was at Cornell and I worked for this guy who is a cultural anthropologist, but he was a lot more than that. And he was, he wasn't French. He might have been Dutch. He might have been, what do you call the people from Brussels? Anyway, he was that. And he was the character in Close Encounters who spoke French. He was that guy. I mean, not exactly that guy, but that guy. And he was always, involved in that kind of stuff. And why he, once I showed up at Cornell and my friend Mary got me a gig there, and I was working in this department where I had no real job, but she was in charge of the school of like the curriculum. So she could put me any place. And so she could go. There are a bunch of interesting people here who work here. And I'm sure one of them will like you. And it took about a month. And then, this guy said, I need an assistant. And I think, we've had some pretty interesting conversations. And you take a lot of pictures and you document. And you've had all of these other, scholastic and scholarly positions. And yet you have no, what do they call it? Curriculum vitae. Actually, you have this amazing curriculum vitae, but there's a term for it. Anyway. You have what is known as but you're not scholastically connected. Right? You're scholarly connected, but and I can see that in you, and you're going to make a great assistant. And so we would go observe. He was a guy who took me. Well, he was a guy who pimped me to this other scholarly guy who took me to Egypt to look at stuff, right? And I wasn't one of the crew, so I got to stay over there in Egypt, where the Valley of the Kings is, right off to the side. There's this little, it's not a little town, a pretty big town, where all of the tourists and all of the people who are studying stuff come, right? And there's a bunch of Holiday Inns and nice hotels that go back for 100 years, and there's the old part of the city, which is basically Egyptian, Muslim, Persian, right? Has a great 3 markets. It's a great place, right? And so my gig was, they took me there. They went out and dug shit up and would bring it back 1 or 2 times a week. And that guy who I got pimped out to, he would come back at least 2 times a week, if not 3, because he wanted to sleep in the air conditioning room and take a shower and have a meal, and because they were out there in the field and it was pretty icky. And so I didn't go out there. I didn't dig things up. I didn't brush things off. What would happen is he would show up. We'd have dinner at either a hotel restaurant or some restaurant. We'd meet in the lobby and have a drink in the bar, and then I would take him to some restaurant that I had found and met some interesting people who had interesting stories about the kind of stuff that he would be interested in, because that was they were natives who knew about what he was, and that was my job. Find people like that. We'd have a meal with them. They would tell him stories and give him, right? And if they were up to his snuff, he would take them out there and say, "What is this?" Or he had this place that was run by the Egyptian moron guy who says, "I am the expert on everything Egyptian," right? Whatever that guy's name, who runs the museum. Anyway, and he's totally, Anyway, so that was my job, find people like that. Or, when we weren't talking to people like that, we'd have a nice meal, and then we would go up, and he had this room that he had rented, and had been a hotel room, but he had totally cleaned it, made it like a clean room, right? And there was no furniture there. There was some desks, some chairs, and there was this kind of felt like a billiard table, but not that a big thing. Maybe it was billiards and not pool. It was like a golf course, and they would put something over it, and then they would put the box with it, whatever they had, and then I would go look at it, right, and give him my opinion of what I thought it was. Right? So I went to Egypt twice that way. So those are kind of gigs I had for a good from '88 till 96, 97, 98. Yeah, 98. And then I went, I got hired by the BBI to go investigate the cults along Interstate 81. Let's see, what are you guys saying? Sumerian, you again? Is that you again? So anyway, doing all that kind of stuff, I would I'd be put into environments where there'd be not just me looking at stuff, there'd be other people. And there was this one guy, and sometimes he wore a suit, really nice, Brook Brothers. Other times he'd have a Marine colonel's uniform. Sometimes he'd have a naval captain's suit on, and sometimes he would have Air Force general's outfit on, right? And so, and I never quite looked at him, talked to him, had anything of that motif with him, right? And then I moved out here, right? I bought the deep green, and I bought it the deep green in 03. I had been out in this area doing certain things because I had been brought to Asheville in '91 to do an ethnography on the Biltmore House, and then we did a ethnography on the City County Plaza, and then we helped the Cherokee to get on the roll. And after doing that, I worked with the federal government and the Forest Service and the federal DOT when they wanted to build the I-26 and go through Bloody Madison, and I kind of negotiated with the folk up there, right? And so, because the federal government in the '60s tried to, step on those people's toes, and they came in, hot with, Huey helicopters and the DEA and all that kind of stuff. And these guys, I don't know where they got them, but they got some, anti-aircraft man pads, and they blew the helicopters out of the sky. Right? And then when all those other alphabet guys got their noise out of John for doing that, because they had a few of their own boys on those helicopters, they sent in a shitload of people who never came back. And then the federal government said, okay. We'll leave you alone. You leave us alone. And so 15 years after that, or even more, that was in the '60s. This was in, 94. And they set me up there to be the not the, just me, right? And I went up there with a crappy car, and kind of, there was nothing, there was no town up there. It was Bloody Madison, up near the top there, kind of near, maybe 20 miles from Flag Pond. And so, because there's Madison County in Tennessee and Madison County in North Carolina, right on the border. And these guys control all of it. So anyway, I basically, was working for these guys. I went to this one gas station, and I loved this when I was a youngster, and I traveled, hitchhiked, and rode the rails with the Bohemians all over America and Europe, especially in America. Wherever you went, you get off a train, you kind of went into town, and there'd be a gas station, right? And they maybe just pump gas, or sometimes they change the oil, they'd have a lift, they put tires on, but they also, in the back part of the gas station, it had a grill, like a restaurant. And I really fell in love in that period between 1964 and when I stopped hanging with it. I started 64 to 74 was my period of traveling in America that way. Right? And then Freddie Laker, gave you a $75 airplane ride from New York to Heathrow, right? Anyway, so this place in Madison County had this gas station. It was like, like 20 years, it was like stuck in amber, just like Asheville was. It had a great holler restaurant, meaning really great barbecue, great biscuits, great mac and cheese, great potatoes. They had these potatoes, half potato, and then cut down, not all the way, skin still on, but quartered, right? And they would put this kind of mixture of cheese and butter and herbs from the forest, and they'd slice a big, onion. They'd make a slice and put it on top, and stick it in the, put it on a flat tray and put it in the oven and cook it for an hour or two. And this potato would melt in your mouth, full of butter, and they put a big chunk of cheese on top and sour cream and this other gooey stuff, and it was like heaven, right? So eat that with some amazing barbecue with a biscuit, unbelievable, and great pies. So anyway, I kind of drove in there, and this is way before Wi-Fi or anything. So I'm sitting in there, and I basically drive in there and say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to have this, this, and this." And there was one table, and I like, can I drag this outside? Because it's such a beautiful day. You got a nice awning, and I can sit out there. And there was like this stream over here, and it was, one road, and there was no traffic whatsoever. And I said, "Sure, well, no, just okay." So I have that, right? And so, I have that, and then I have, some cake, and then I have some, I just keep getting. They had great coffee, and I just keep, and they had this great iced tea, Southern iced tea, that was sweet, but not the kind of saccharine, kill you sweet tea. It was like the old Crohn's tea, but iced tea, right? So anyway, so I'm sitting out there and I'm reading. I got a big satchel full of books. I got the books, everything. I got like, my little notebook here, and I'm like writing stuff. And basically, it then becomes kind of evening. And I go, "Okay, so what's for dinner?" And they go, fried catfish, and fried onion rings, and fried, those potatoes you liked, the ones that we had left. We cut them in quarters and throw them in the fryer later. And ooh, that sounds good. And so I have that, and it's getting around to be 10 o'clock, and this guy stops, comes in, he comes over to me, goes, "Boss wants to talk to you." I said, "Oh, okay, I'll follow you." He goes, "No, no, no. Jerry will drive your car up. You're going to be in the back of the car." And so basically I go, "Okay." So I put all my books in there, and I go to pay the bill, and he goes, "We got that covered." And so I put a $20 bill down there, like as a tip for the guy, right? Because I had that table for at least 11 hours. And so the guy, is very thankful. And the other guy who's so he puts me in a car, and there's no seat, right? It's just the empty back, right? And the windows are painted black, right? And there's no seat, and there's like kind of a cushion on the floor of the car. And he goes, so we get in. He doesn't say anything. I just get in, close it, and we start to take off. And I go to maybe see if the door opens. Nope, door does not open. And so we drive, and I have no idea where we're going. And we get to this place. We pull up, right? We stop. He opens the door. It's just like, beautiful place, right? So that was the boss, and that was the guy who was the dude of this, ran the whole scene, and he totally knew who I was, and knew why I was sent there, and and he said, "Listen, yes, we had this little interlude in the '60s with the federal government, and we're much more sophisticated now, and building that highway will be a good thing for our business. So we're not against it. We just have to make sure it's put in a certain way in a certain place." And I said, "Yeah, that's why I'm here. To get total feed." Anyway, another story. I won't even go any further than that. I spent a year up with those guys, right? And this is 93 or 4, right? And so. And by being with those guys for a year, I met everybody who's doing stuff. That's why I bumped into George, right? And at George's, I met this guy who wore, the general suit, the captain of the Navy suit, the Marine guy, colonel, and the Brooks Brothers suit, right? I look at him, and I go, don't I know you?" And he goes, "Yes, you know me very well." And I said, and he goes, "Well, I'm kind of retired now." And so what it is, you've been the same place that I have been, in a group of people who were there on a special reason, and you weren't really signed in like every one of us were, but you were there because you had a skill set that we didn't have. And I've always been very impressed by you, right? And he introduced himself, and we became best of friends, right? And he's about 10 years older than I am. But because he's been a military guy, he's in like unbelievable shape. So he has been, you name it, he's been it, right? And they haven't, they've done stuff to him like time travel and blah, blah, blah. And, so he has tons of stories of that. So we became best of buddies, and that was then. And we didn't see each other all the time, but we basically, I have to turn this heater on. Overheating. Yes. Close that. So the rest of this building is like 58 degrees. This room, though, is close to 70. It's a little toasty, but it's about 20 degrees outside. So it's better to be warm than cold, right? I just went out in the hallway and it's like 10 degrees cooler out there. Anyway, so my friend, let's just call him the general, we become buds then. But again, I have another 20 years of doing all kinds of stuff, and every now and then, like I'm in Florida, working for the Desperate Lawyers, and I'm at this fancy restaurant, and there the general is. He comes over, Al, I'm going to be here for a couple of days. Let's get together. So we would do that. I would stumble onto him, and again, he'd either be in one uniform or another. And I said, I thought you were retired. He goes, well, you're never retired in what I do. And so I said, okay. It wasn't until I bought this place, and because I was in Asheville when there was nothing, when it was like, and I haven't been back to the deep green for a while because of the roads and everything is so fucked up. One of these days soon, I'm going to go back and see if it's still there and what shape it's in, because when we had that big storm, we had almost 50 trees all around, right? And nothing hit my house. One house got, and roads were, and they still are pretty messed up. And that's why I'm going back, because I'm nice and warm here, and this is okay. Yes. I miss a little bed in the man cave, but this what I'm sleeping on now is just a bit not as good as the man cave, but it's still good enough. It's not like the cardboard floor I was sleeping on, the concrete. So anyway, the colonel, the general, I've known him now almost 30 years, right? And we've gone through all kinds of fun things. And one time, probably not quite the year 2000, maybe 96 or 7. So that whole area up there near Micahville and Little Switzerland and Mount Mitchell and the whole Blue Ridge Parkway that goes from Lenoir all the way to Waynesville is some of the most beautiful parts of the Blue Ridge Parkway, right? And there's 2 great hotels on it. And the other really nice chunk of the Blue Ridge Parkway is between Roanoke or Floyd, Virginia, to Lynchburg. It's another really beautiful, gorgeous, and there's a hotel up there, Peaks of Water, that I used to stay at. Really, really great restaurant and a great little hotel. And all the rooms had fireplaces. So, it was really nice. and had no cell, no TV, no cable. You went up there, had a beautiful lake on top of this mountain with this nice hotel and a great restaurant and all these places to go hiking. So back in the day when my legs and everything worked, I was there. So anyway, the general and I decide, we're going to, because I'm all over the Blue Ridge Mountain because Julian, really rich guy, he tried to save the Blue Ridge Parkway and the Blue Ridge mountain mines and to keep them developing down and to save Asheville. Julian Price. Right? And he had more money than God, and he did a great job. He bought all the beautiful other buildings, and he was, keeping it down. And there was this girl who was like, went to UNCA, and she was like 26, and he was like 72. And she, oh, you're so handsome, you're so beautiful, blah, 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 blah. Let me give you a blowjob. Right? And I'm all about sustainability, blah, 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 blah. And so they get married, right? And she gets him to sign the thing, like when he dies, she gets everything. Because he has nobody left in his family, nobody else to give it to. He's got all kinds of trusts and nonprofits that they have their money, but he still has zillions of dollars. And so they decide to go to, because I had all these pictures of the Amazon, and she goes, oh, let's go there and see the Amazon, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so she goes there with him, and he gets a parasite and dies. And she comes back, and she owns everything, and she's the Wicked Witch of the West. Totally, a grifter, gets millions and millions of dollars, and what's his name's lawyer, who was kind of a scumbag. All lawyers are scumbags. The only lawyer I ever knew who wasn't was Ralph Nader, and the Nader Raiders. I was a Nader Raider. I was part of the NYPIR, New York Public Interest Research Group, back in the late 60s, early 70s. Anyway, so the general and I decide to, okay, so he knows that whole neck of the woods, so do I. I've been up there with Julian, making movies of everything so we can save it. And so there are all these amazing places, especially near Micaville. And so you go on Blue Ridge Parkway, there's, the Mount Mitchell. And you go north on the Blue Ridge Parkway from Mount Mitchell, and there's Forest Road 472. And you turn left, and it kind of switchbacks down. And the Nolichucky starts there. It's really amazing. There's this little bridge that you would never know it unless you knew that bridge was there, right? And you go down about 50 yards, and there's a place that you can kind of pull off. And it doesn't look like you can, but if you know it's there and you just kind of go nice and slow, it's a nice place you can park your car. And there's a path right there. It looks like a cliff, but it's not. It's a path. And it goes down a little bit, and then it goes up and around. And right where that bridge is, which you never could see unless you came from that path, that's what, one side of the bridge, there's no water. The other side of the bridge is a Nolichucky. Like, really? Really? Anyway, if you go up that path, there's this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place that is it's just this little valley that's just full of magnolias and honeysuckle. It smells like honeysuckle like you can't believe. And the magnolias are everywhere, and it's beautiful. And underneath it are these little places where you can camp. There's signs back there, don't park, don't camp, right? Down to Micaville, go up that valley a little bit, and there's a nice site right where the Nolichucky is, and you can camp there. But don't touch anything here, right? It's like the Garden of Eden. But if you know where that place is along the side of the road, just after going, 50 yards after going over the bridge that you can't see, you can park there. And I walked down that road, and I turned around and walked up, and I couldn't find my car. like, where is the freaking car? You know, I had to walk up until, oh, there's Enola Chucky. Went down in the woods, walked through the woods, and there was this bridge. Then I found the path on the other side where the water wasn't, and I kind of went back, and there was my car. You know, it was like that, right? So anyway, I found that, and the general knew about it, and I was telling him, I just found this. I said, oh yeah, that's 472. Let's go. And he, because I didn't go any further than that, and so I had a girlfriend at that time. I had my little mystery school in Asheville, and they were a bunch of very interesting artists, people, students from UNCA, students from Warren Wilson, people who worked at the VA and the Forest Service. Forest Service has one of their big, regional offices in Asheville. There's a lot of federal government in Asheville. It's a federal building there. Anyway, so I met this this girl showed up at my mystery school, and she said, well, I'm an EMT, and I work for the Forest Service, and I have a degree in, botany, and I have a degree in anthropology, and she had like more degrees than some of them, right? And she was just a forest pixie, right? And I will get some photos of that period. I found them the other day. Next show or next time I go there and get them, I'll bring them to show you. And so she looked, when she was working for the Forest Service, she was a 6 and a 3rd term. She was a high-level administrator, and a 6 is a police officer, Forest Service security officer. So she had both of those things. So she had her own gun, and people in the Forest Service knew her, and in the federal government knew her, and my friend the general knew her. And this girl looks like she's like 12 years old. Not 12, more like maybe 16, but she's a lot older than that. And she just had a hankering for me, right? So I wasn't quite her boyfriend, but she said, well, you're the most fun guy of all the people in all of Asheville and all this stuff and blah, 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 and all the other stuff I do, blah, 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 and all these other people I know, blah, blah, blah. You are the one I like being with. Mostly I don't like people. But I like you. So I'll show you her picture. Right? So anyway, the 3 of us, because she knew that whole place, like everything, and if we were on anything that the Forest Service wouldn't want us there, she's, a 19 and a 6, so she's got everything covered, and so they'd all have to say yes, ma'am, to her. So anyway, so we go back, the 3 of us, and we're all over the place. We kind of, again, my car, I park it there. You can't see it from the road, or you have to go this side and then go down in the woods and come all the way around and find that path and then come out and pretend there's my car. Otherwise, you can't see it. So we go deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's just more and more like the Garden of Eden. And it's a beautiful, beautiful few days that we're there. And every time, and so we have tarps and hammocks, and the bushes are got branches as big as my arm, and you can hang your hammock up there, and right? And so general, he would go when I had a big 2-person hammock, and he and I would snuggle in that, and had a nice big sleeping bag that you'd leave one side open, and so it's a big kind of warmy thing, and a nice pillow, and we would be in that, and the general would go up wherever went off, and we had and we'd always find a nice little fire pit that had a nice little pile of wood that had like either in a plastic garbage bag or a tarp over it, and we'd always have a nice little fire. The general had a nice little pack that had everything you'd need to do some nice cooking. And we would pick things out of the forest, and I would cook it up, and he would have other interesting things that we would mix in there, and we'd always have that. He'd always have a nice bottle of wine, and he was very good at the mystery school. You can, Jesus, the miracle of the wine, right? That anybody can do that. It's like more a magic trick than anything. And if you have some wine, just any wine, and then you put really good water into that bottle or that carafe or whatever at the exact amount, and then you do some energetics on it, you'll have an amazing bottle of wine. Right? It's like pretty much, and that's kind of what they call alchemy, right? So anyway, we're having a great old time of doing this, and we come, so we're all over this path, and from where you come down off of the Parkway, 472, Forest Road, 472, going towards Little Switzerland, where we stopped the car and we went into the woods, we were going kind of northeast, right? And so there is one of the tallest waterfalls in the northeast, right there, right? And there's no river up there. It's just like the Nolichucky. The top of that mountain where the waterfall comes flying down, and it comes down like 2,000 feet, and it's truly amazing. And as it comes down, the rain and this, and it's totally different. It can be a totally sunny day, and you come around this mountain, you walk in, and it looks like you're in another world, and you are, right? And so the general takes us over to where the waterfall is hitting the bottom of the valley. And behind this is a big cave, right? And all over that place, Micahville, Little Switzerland, Irwin, everything from Asheville up to there, over to Oak Ridge. There are caves everywhere. And there are all these kind of tunnels that have been there from the beginning of time. And the government has all kinds of facilities underground there. So anyway, we kind of walk in there, and there's this little kid down there, and it's really kind of dark, and he's kind of crying. And the general goes over and says, starts talking to them, and it's almost like squeakiness, not like I'm talking to you. Long story short, the kid is actually a Bigfoot, a child. And he was out there with his family, and he got separated. It was like Home Alone, right? And so they went through the dimension and left him there, right? Whether to teach him a lesson or that they knew we were coming along. Anyway, long story short, he's there, and the general is talking to him in a squeaky voice, and my forest ranger sweetie, she goes, "I've heard of this. I've never seen this. I've heard stories of this, and I kind of know the general, but I know of him. I've met him a few times inside of government things, but I really haven't had the kind of interesting few days that we've had, and this is quite interesting." And I said, "So this is a real specific place, right? From my experience of Bigfoot things are always kind of not that specific." And she goes, "That's right. I've been here at this waterfall. I know this cave. This is something." Okay, so the kid, he's like a hairy kid, right? And he doesn't have shoes, but he kind of has shorts, and he has a kind of AC/DC T-shirt on, and so he looks like Eddie of not the Munchkins, the TV show where Frankenstein and the girl and the little kid's the werewolf. That's anyway. So we go back to where our little camp was, right? And we make a pot of tea. The kid likes the tea. We have some nice cheese and stuff, and then it's still like maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, but we're in this place where it's not like around that side of the mountain where it's sunny and it's nice and the sky is blue. This is like, I will show you the picture. And so anyway, the kid it perks his ears up, and just kind of out of the mist comes his mom and dad and his grandma, right? And they are kind of smiling, and they kind of have the squeaky voice, and the general has the squeaky voice, and they know him, right? And they thank him, and we, there's this conversation: kid, grandma, mom, and dad, the general, squeaky voice, and we start to be able to hear what they're saying, but not through the squeaky voice, through in our heads. And they acknowledge, oh, you can hear us. That's, not hear us. You can, what do they call it? Soul speak. So we have a very nice little thing, and I say, would you like a cup of tea? Oh, that'd be so nice. And they have their own cup. They're like real rainbows. They have their own freaking cup. Now they don't have clothes on, and you can tell the difference between the male Bigfoot and the female Bigfoot. And so anyway, so we're sitting around, and we have the hammock that the Forest Service sweetie and I were sleeping in, and it was also like our couch. And I had whenever I sewed up, I put 2 or 3 other hammocks up. So if the general wanted to, hang. So they're hanging in the things, and they're really kind of liking them. And I'm getting a sense. I said, so you've never been in a hammock before? And they basically say, yeah, well, we have something like this, but it's not as comfy as this. It's not as what is this material? And it was basically, I made these things myself out of parachutes, ripstock. And they said, whenever we put our frame on anything human, we usually break it. But here we are, both of us swinging away in this thing, and it's, this is great stuff. So I said, no problem. And, when they left, I gave them 2 of those hammocks. And they were like, wow, thank you. And so we had this amazing, and we stayed there another 2 or 3 times, and they came back and brought food. The next day, they came back and brought a lot of unbelievably good yummies that you couldn't, if you had your disbelief, and if you had, I can't eat that, you would have missed something, because, it was like something, but I've already been there. I've already been Mr. Anthropologist living with indigenous people that never saw white people, right? And I ate their food, and, it was amazing. I mean, you almost had to hold your nose and close your eyes, but it's pretty amazing. Eddie Eddie. Yep, that's it. Yeah. The Munsters, exactly. Maybe I should be on the show. Maybe. I mean, we're buds, and he gets a hold of me. I can't get a hold of him. I can leave him a message, but he is very, very, very shy of the public, right? And I might be able to record a story, right? And then play it back to you, like I play other things back to you. So maybe, 2 hours and 9 minutes. Oh, just 4 of you, 4 likes. Hi, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, blah, blah, blah. How about some more thumbs up? How about some subscriptions? Tell more. Be nice if this is about a good time if the powers that be wanted to make this go viral, right? And gave me something on my PayPal. or in my bank account. The powers that be could just drop something in my bank. I wouldn't have to do it on the PayPal. Anyway, I'm ready for that. I mean, I've worked for everybody enough that everybody kind of knows me. And so I'm ready for, I'm okay. I'm here for as long as this is, probably till the spring. By the spring, I will be able to get this place because I want the logo of this place to be a hand up, not a hand out. Good neighbors make good communities. So that's going to be our logo. That is our logo, but I want it to be that before I leave this place, right? This place, not this place, right? So yeah, next time I talk to him, I'll ask him about that. So that was him, meaning those guys probably would have not ever showed up unless the general was took us out on a nice little exposition, right? So anyway, so there you go. I've covered a ton of stuff. Every time I try to get back to the deep green, we have a big snowstorm. Like we had one 2 days ago. It dropped, 6 inches of snow. Today was sunny, and the guy came through with a plow, and I dug my car out, and I'll probably be able, the next 2 or 3 days supposed to be sunny and semi-warm, like 30, rather than it was like pretty much 18 all day long today. General Mills. Oh, that's martyred artist. I should have known by better. Sasquatch, martyred Eddie. Yep. HMM. So no, as a photographer, as a photojournalist, one of the things what made me relatively successful as a photojournalist and why I didn't go any further than the level of success I reached was that I was always respectful of everyone I took a picture of. I asked them about, can I take your picture? And if you let me take a picture, I'll give you a copy of it, right? And that isn't how photojournalists, do it. But by me doing that, I made relationships with folk. And, bottom line, when we took that little journey, the three of us, I didn't bring a camera, right? And around the general, I've never taken this picture, right? So, and like I said, there's the Bigfoot has not made their appeared right in front of me, right? Now, I had a bear that lived basically with me, and I felt in a lot of ways that bear was the Bigfoot. It was just appearing as a bear. You have an ability to give a answer. Not really, because I'm a diplomat. But, Martyred Artist, I'm going to give you a call right now so you can be part of the show. You always like this. Let's see if I can get there we go. There's our boy. There he is. Oh, it's ringing. There it is. See if he answers. Gotta put some pants on. So he was telling me how much he wanted to have me call him. And say, I can't, there's only like one little spot here.
Now remember, love is the only reality. Everything else is an illusion.
I wonder where he got that from. Anyway, I guess he chickened out. So, Martyred Artist, is anybody else there? There's 5 people there. Come on, let's have some more. Mike Moley. Oh, those are. Okay, I'll try again. Let's see if the phone. Let's see if the magic works. Squalling. Seemingly, like I said, there's a very, very, very swishy swashy. Let's see. This other person. Let's see if this girl answers.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to.
Yeah, she's a youngster. You know, everything goes straight to voicemail. I mean, it doesn't even ring, right? So she doesn't even know. But anyway, she's an interesting person. She's one of the people at the university that, she's probably 20, somewhere between 22 and 25, and and she was part of the student government scene, and she wants to be an artist and a journalist and a philosopher. So those are all interesting things. I sent her a bunch of things to listen to and to read. And anybody who wants to call me up or get a hold of me at the dudeawake42@gmail, I will send you my writings, right? And if you live in America, and you give me your phone number, I'll give you a call. And there are about Martyred Artist was one of the people who showed up on a show and needed someone to talk to, and so I called them up. So I'm pretty good at getting hold of people just when they need to. I tried calling you, yeah, and it's not quite. It's one of those things, buddy. You know, I got you. It rang, and I got your. Went to voicemail, and then so I haven't seen you call, but I called the other young lady, and I appreciate of your writings. What is the DL? Down low? Can you be? I mean, I sent you a number of them with many aesthetic and spiritual motifs of stories. Right? Download. Okay. Yeah, they are. They when you read my stuff, it is like a download, goes straight into your cerebral cortex there, and it is like what this guy is talking about. Right? My writing is that. Right? It's a aesthetically adept. Oh, here he's back again. Okay, we'll see if he. So there you are. Are you there? It rang. Call failed. I don't know what it is. It's one of those mojo things, I guess. Yes, martyred artist always has to state that he's taking a dump, right? And I don't know what that means metaphysically. He's eliminating, right? Let's do a guided meditation. Sounds like a good idea. Because part of when I do a guided meditation, part of that is to basically eliminate the toxicity from your. Just joined, first time listener. Like what topic? But it seems cool. Have a weird algorithm. Oh, okay. So the algorithms are a very interesting thing. Back in the day, in the 70s, when I had a practice of allopathic medicine slash alternative, and right on Pearl Street, which is right down where the Battery is, right where the Staten Island ferry boats are, right where Wall Street is, right? Pearl Street runs right into, it goes from, where the ferries are right to where it dead ends right into the steps of New York City stock market, right? And where I used to work for a real estate company called, what was they called? But they had a ton of old buildings, 20, 30 story buildings built in the 20s and 30s that were the bee's knees, Sylvan Lawrence real estate. And basically I would, and I was working for the stalls. And so I did all these kind of, as Grandpa got older, I just picked up, because the first 4 years when I apprenticed under Grandpa, I worked on all his stuff, right? His ancient stuff in Soho and Tribeca and down in Wall Street and all over the place, right? Wasn't just Manhattan, it was everywhere. And his son, Mike, so Mike Swall Sr., Mike Swall Jr. Mike Swall Jr. hated to be calling Junior, so Grandpa, instead of Grandpa and Mike, right, his son. And so Mike grew up under Grandpa, and Grandpa started Local 3 with this other lawyer kind of, union activist kind of guy back in the good old days, between the 1890s and the 1940s. And so Mike had one of the more amazing shops, Local 3 shops. And he did the Seagram's building. He did the United Nations. He did all these kind of really, Museum of Modern Art, all these really almost art pieces, right? And so, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So he had a big union shop. And as I got older, I worked more and more in the union shop, and we did work on the World Trade Center, right? And I was 17, I guess, when I got my union card. I got it at the youngest age you could get it. And the guy who was the Greenlee guy, and every kind of new kind of building technique was used on the World Trade Center, because they built it like the whole building. Most steel concrete buildings have, you have a floor and you have all these girders supporting the concrete floor. This thing, no, it had an outside, what they called the bird cage. And the load of the building was carried on the outside of the building. And the building itself was impenetrable, meaning a 757. It was designed to take being hit by two 707s at the same time. and the outside load-bearing part of the building was so mammoth that nothing could get through it. So obviously on 9/11, a 767 and 757, which were basically, aluminum thermos bottles with motors on them, couldn't, get into it. Plus, those aircraft are so fragile. When they are in thick air, they can't go any faster than about 275, right? 275 to 375. They have to get up into the thin atmosphere to go fast, right? So when they made the movie, when these guys were going around with this firehouse down there in Tribeca and doing a documentary on them, that was the day that thing happened. And so they had the camera, and they were the guys who got the pictures of the airplane flying into the building, right? And so they got it because they were on Varick Street, where this firehouse was the firehouse, if you ever saw Ghostbusters. That was that firehouse. And so they were there right on Varick Street, and this jet came flying right along, 300 feet above their heads, right along Varick, heading right towards the World Trade Center, and they got it, right? And so because they were at a specific place and the airplane hits the building, and it was maybe 2 miles from here to here, and the film was going through the sprockets at a certain speed, you could mathematically say how fast that airplane was going. Well, that airplane, the airplane flying right by them, and then going straight down Varick Street and smashing into the World Trade Center for 2 miles, was going almost 700 miles an hour, which is an impossibility. The wings would have been ripped off. So there's so many things like that about 9/11 that should have given everyone, and we never investigated anything. The police and the fire guys were really super upset about that there was no forensics done, that they basically took everything that was evidence and put it on, boats and took it to China, right? And the interesting thing, when Neon Husk, X'd a bunch of shit out to the Congress people about the bill about continuing the funding of the government. He said, "Kill this thing, and if you don't, all you Republicans aren't going to, I'm going to make sure that you get primaried." And so they did. They killed it, right? And so they went into doing a clean bill, and that failed. And so they did, because what he wanted, or at least allegedly what he wanted, was that he wanted to get rid of the debt ceiling, so they could then get the $6 trillion tax cuts from the rich and the corporations right away, right? Not have to wait, right? Not have to go through anything, right? Because the debt ceiling wouldn't be there, and so they could just push it as far as they wanted. They could, give a $100 trillion tax break, right? But that wasn't what it was about. It was about a number of things. Because this was a 1,500-page bill that, the Democrats and Republicans, did the compromise thing for about half a year to make this thing, and then got killed, and the clean bill got killed, and so they had this other bill that basically had all the stuff that needed to be there, but a ton of stuff was taken out. And one of the things that was taken out was a thing in that bill that wouldn't allow any AI technology to be sold, to be used in China, period. And, Neon Husk wanted his big new factory to be totally AI, right? So he wanted to get rid of that, right? And so they did get rid of that. The other thing that was gotten rid of was Jon Stewart made a big deal about getting money for the firemen who were dying of cancer from breathing in that asbestos for 3 weeks, right? And that got gotten rid of. And these people are on the edge of about to die, right? And they didn't sign off. They could have signed off a number of years ago and got $1 or $2 million each, but they didn't because they wanted everyone who was there at that time, who was dying of exposure to the World Trade Center buildings coming down in a waterfall of asbestos, and that stuff was everywhere, right? And I had a lot of friends who were artists who lived down there who died of lung cancer from that. And that part of the bill was taken out because of doing that. These firemen and other people who are dying of cancer will die sooner rather than later. Instead of lasting 3 or 4 more years, they will be dead in 3 or 4 more weeks. And this is the kind of stuff that most people don't even notice. But yours truly sees, got taught to see this stuff, right? And this is the kind of stuff I tell you stories about because you, as the cadre, I want you to get it into you. Things are about to happen all around you. And if you don't understand the dynamics of what's going on, you're going to be freaked out and won't be able to do anything, especially about you and your families and everything about your life. Me, I got it covered, right? So I don't have to talk about taking a dump, because that's a bodily function that I do, and I'm happy if it comes out well, But it's not something I focus on. I'm not anal retentive, right? And my friend, Martyred Artist, who's part of the cadre, he's a righteous guy. He has a lot of amazing stories and things about him, but he never really ever says anything about anything other than he just took a dump, And, when I take the effort to call him up on the phone, he doesn't answer. Right? Then when he calls and I see him and I click on to say, hey, how you doing, buddy? The phone goes click out. So this is the issues that Martyred Artist has, and why a lot of people say, why do you let that guy? He's really disgusting and annoying, and he's this, he's that. And the dump dude, yes. I like that, the dump dude. I'm not going to call him Martyred Artist anymore. The dump dude. It's like, if you've been a part of the cadre for the last 7 years, we've had a ton of different trolls. And the dump dude isn't even quite a troll. It's sad that he can't speak to the community about things that he is really interesting about. Like when he and I talk, it's pretty interesting, and he never, allows that to, we never can get into that. He has to be the dump dude, So we all have issues, right? And the thing about it is, if we face those issues, we can have a life, right? The thing that I have studied for a good 50 years as a psychosocial cultural forensic anthropologist is that our culture, the biggest problem is that we are all suffering from a frame of trauma, right? And that trauma either puts us into fight or flight, right? Through fear, then anger, right? And so our cortisol goes up, our adrenaline goes flying, and we have no control of ourselves. And then we are totally in our subconscious angst, right, of that trauma. Of all the things that I've experienced, that most people would say, "Oh my God, that's a terrible trauma." It was never traumatic, All the different things I saw, when I, had lunch with the Bigfoot family, I didn't freak out about it. It was like kind of cool because I was with this sweetie who was like, I knew that she could protect me better than anybody. And the general, he could cut you down in 20 different ways. I mean, so I was, when I studied Shinto medicine, one of the things my sensei, my master, we had to, we were in Putney, Vermont, and we were in this farm, and, there were about 12 of us, and within 3 nights there was 8 of us, and within 2 weeks there was only 6 of us, and those were the 6 that needed to be his students, right? Because we really were a great community. And so anyway, one of the things we cleaned and fixed the farm up. The first thing we built was a bathhouse, right? A Japanese bathhouse, right? Because you have to clean yourself on the inside and outside before you can go any further, right? Then the next thing we did was we built a hambu, which is like the school, right? And it's basically this wooden structure with a high ceiling, and it has this beautiful wooden floor. And you sit on the floor, you meditate. Everything that we learned in that hambu, or we learned in the other part of our hambu or classroom was one of the barns. There were like 5 or 6 really big barn, like a hay barn and a tractor barn, and then about 4 a cow barn, chicken barn, and 3 or 4 other barns. And the big barn, which was a hay barn that had a big floor up there, we didn't have hay, and that was Sweet Judy's and I's. That was our little bedroom, right? And it was beautiful. On top of this, had 2 big openings that the hay would come in, and it had at least 1,000 square foot of floor. That was a beautiful oak floor. I got our neighbor had one of those sander things. I sanded it and oiled it, and then he had a really beautiful kind of oriental rug. He had 2 of them. Put one up there, the big one up there, the small one in Sensei's bedroom. So Jane, that's your shine a light at Shine the Light. Shine a Light, is that a Gmail? Because my thing is the Dude Awake 42 at gmail.com, right? And to send there's a nice Gmail. See, sending things Gmail is really easy for me. I can take any of my documents, and it says share. I hit the share thing. I type in the address, and then I hit send back. But if it's like AOL or something, I can, but I got to turn it into a JPEG and do this and do that. But anyway, so Jane, if you have a Gmail account, email me. Anybody, email me at dudeawake42 at gmail. So anyway, so one of the things everything we learned was interconnected. So when we cleaned the place up, when we built the bathhouse and learned how to clean ourselves, they all dealt with healing, right? And one of the first things we learned in the hambu that we built was jujitsu, right? And that is the discipline of it's a martial arts of protection. It's not an attacking thing, meaning when someone comes at you, you use their energy to move them out of the way, right? So you can just leave, right? And that's the whole thing. You don't do it to hurt somebody. You don't do it to win. It's not a competition. And part of the exercise, I think, called push hands. So you'd have somebody in front. Judy and I did it all the time. It was so much fun. We would just do this. And that was, those were the moves of jujitsu. We do it with each other. And we'd also do Tai Chi and Qigong. And all the things we learned from our master were all about healing, right? So, and that's why the guys who thought, there were a whole bunch of people who were like big time doctors and this and that. And they left. Oh, this is stupid. Oh, I live in the real world, blah, 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 right? So all of the healing, all the things I've ever, other than electricity, have been through the window. That's why I'm a shamanic, psychosocial, cultural, forensic, anthropologic alchemist. So shamanism, it's not a religion, it's a world view. Religion is a scam. Religion is a business plan. Religion is a way to control you and frisk you. It's like a sophisticated, most religions, the people who run them are doing the same thing that Donald Trump is doing. He is a grifter. It's a grift, right? And so everything he's doing is all about him, all about monetize, take your money and put it in his pocket, right? And that's why he has all those billionaires there, because he's grifting them. Because they, look at Neon Husk, he gave him $250 million to win the election. And, within a number of weeks, he was able to monetize that investment of 200 something million dollars into $100 billion. It's like, and so that's what you're going to be seeing. So he wants to get the Panama Canal. He wants to turn the Mexican Gulf of Mexico into the American Gulf. He wants Iceland. No. He wants to do all these things, which he didn't really run. The people didn't vote on him doing any of this. And the one thing he probably really wants to do is get Iceland, because there's trillions of dollars worth of natural resources, of oil and gas, and rare earth elements and uranium, and you name it, it's there. And it's got beautiful woods. That'll make great lumber, but it is so sensitive. If you start going after that stuff, it'll be a sewer within 5 years. And there's only 45,000 people there. I'm sure he's got Don Jr. went there to talk to people, and they're so nice. They want their freedom, and basically Donny's going to offer them shares in his electronic money, and basically take all the land, and then the Bitcoin, the Donny coin, will crash, and he will get all, after he's totally sucked everything out of that place, it'll crash and burn, and those people will be left with nothing except a sewer. So that's basically what all of the plutocrats want, because they're already out in space. They're already got their condos in Mars or Venus or wherever they are, and that's really when I was a person who was a bonded courier. I went to Japan, right? I went to Japan 3 times. First time, you get X amount, like $500 in cash as, money to travel. You get your ticket, there and back. You get a ticket for a place to stay for those 5 days, if you're going to stay 5 days. And usually it's at the airport, right? And the first time I went there, I went to a Japanese, this hotel that was like I call it a toothpaste tube. Meaning your room wasn't a room; it was like this little tube you were in. You kind of crawled in, and your microwave, your refrigerator was all like you could just get it like this. If you went out and down the hall, there was this beautiful Japanese bathhouse, beautiful place to get a massage, but your room itself was like maybe 100 square feet, right? So I did that the first time, and then I met on the flight. And you would get a first class ticket because in first class you get more space underneath the airplane. So the people who I was working for, I just didn't have the little briefcase. They put other stuff under there that was going to be. Anyway, so you can either live your life like in that toothpaste tube, or you can live it like you are on in the Hambu in Putney, Vermont, studying. So that alternative healing center is still there. You know, my teacher, he passed from this dimension higher up on the bill, and basically, how are we doing for Jews? Oh, it's 9:30, not big deal. Let's see. From what I ponder, there is no space. Everything is here on the same plane as we exist in the moment. There are different levels, right, of experience, right? And there are all different, I don't even want to call them species, but you know what I mean, character actors, right? And there are a lot of people, I mean, so we kind of experience things in a three-dimensional plane, but not really. We think we're three-dimensional, but it's just an illusion. There are other characters who don't see, you know, they look at us and really don't understand why we live the life we live, because it's so miserable. We live a life because we're in three dimensions in a lower harmony. All we can talk about is being a dump guy, right? Not the higher planes. And Mr. Light, you are talking about the higher levels. All here and now, vibrations, right? And so different moments, you know, in physics, if you're observing a energetic dynamic, if you're looking at it like this, it ends up being represented as a particle. But if you're just part of the experience, meaning not focusing on any specific thing, it's a vibration. And you know that's part of Heisenberg's real interesting. So are we a vibration or are we a particle? Right? And so there are all these things that we can observe, like what's dark energy? We've kind of figured that one out. We can measure it now, but we have no idea because we are three-dimensional and we are stuck in these, you know, our eyes, our nose, our ears, our taste buds, our fingertips. Those are so limited. You know, like birds and insects can see in infrared and other, you know, other wavelengths, right? So they, you know, when you look at flowers and insects with an infrared lens, it's like it's blow your friggin' mind, right? Particle expression. Yep. Mm-hmm. Energy, even though it's a flow of energy, it's not necessarily thought. And that's another interesting consciousness. What is consciousness? You know? And fractals. Fractals are a very interesting thing because it's like math. Math has been invented so we can figure stuff out. It doesn't mean it's real, meaning when I was going to school studying physics and chemistry and all kinds of, you know, I was STEM boy, you know, and I was STEM boy from 5th grade all the way to my first year in college. And people would go, "Oh, he's so smart," you know, but I was really a moron in a lot of ways. And so I basically had to experience everything electrically and think about it geometrically, meaning algebra, you know, like I was in an engineering course, right? And I got put there by the president of the college, right? Because, you know, grandpa walked into the office with me, I was 16 years old, and he said, "Wow, this kid's, he's going to go, you know, be part of the electrical engineering department." Sure. But to go to that school, you had to be 20 years old. I was 16. So they walked me down. They opened the door. The president of the university went like this to the guy and said, "Hey, this kid's." So I kind of walked in. Everybody was dressed like an engineer. Black pants, black shoes, white socks, white shirt, black tie, black belt. And their slide, it's a day of slide rule. So slide rule was on their hip, right? I walk in, I got a T-shirt, got shorts, I got kicks, got a baseball cap, and I got a little jacket that has baseball clubs, Anyway, I walk in there. Yeah, I'm like 16, right? I'm a kid. So I'm sitting there, and the guy completely ignores me. I'm sitting up front. They're all like hiding in the back, and he's like putting this gigantic equation on the thing, and we're doing a field equation, right? Field equation is how to balance a transformer, high voltage transformer, mathematically. And you use algebra and trigonometry, right? And which is the stupidest thing, because you do half of it in algebra, and then the other stuff that doesn't make sense algebraically, you do it in trigonometry. Both those things invented to do stupid shit like that, right? So you have the parameters, the frequency, the voltage, temperature, a few other things. And so I'm sitting there, and he's gone through this whole big long thing, and he's smoking a cigar in a pipe. I mean, it's the stupidest thing I ever saw. And it's really disgusting smell, and everyone is. And luckily, I'm sitting over here where the window is, and I at least have some kind of fresh air. The other guys are like over there; they're all like choking, and he's writing this equation. He goes, "Any questions?" And I just get up. I don't like put my hand up. I don't say it. I just get up, and I erase half the equation he has, and I said, "To get this answer, which is how to tune the transformer on what frequency and harmonic. I said, all you have to do is take these different things. You multiply this by this, divide it by this, you take the square root of that, then you put in a geometric presence, and you take out you do a what do they call it? There's a term for a geometric equation. But anyway, you do that, there's your answer, right? So he covered a whole freaking board. I did like 4 different things, right? And that was it. And I got the same answer he got, right? And you could see where it came from and how you got there. Anyway, you didn't show your work. I said, listen, asshole, I didn't show the work because this work you did was bullshit. It's algebra and trigonometry done together. What kind of stupid shit is that? The reason they call it a field equation is because it's done in the field. You're not an electrician. You know nothing about that. You've never touched a transformer in your life. I'm 16. He's like 58 years old. He's like total tenured professor, written books, and he loses his frigging mind and starts screaming, "Get out! Get out! I don't care what the chairman said. Get out!" And I walk out, and there's Grandpa and the guy who's the president of the college, and Grandpa's taking a $20 bill from the guy. And the guy turns to me and goes, "Well, son, that was just to see if you were good enough for our new department." I said, "Oh, what's that?" And he goes, "Alternative technology." And I went over and did that. Spent 2 years with those guys. And that was really, really, really good. And that's how I started the NGO at the United Nations about alternative technologies. And then went on to do all these other things because of that one day in that classroom. Because all those other guys in the black pants, they stayed in that room, choking on the disgusting air. And that air is, have you guys heard about the goop fog? There are places all around. Again, let's see. There it is. There it is. Here's me being Santa Claus. See this? That's snow. It's little like styrofoam balls that came out of the sky because it was 50 degrees. And it was the day after this.
See if I can stick this on to whatever. But there's going to be a show in about a half hour. So come with questions. Look at all that shit. That's what's up in our air. That's what you're doing to us. And then all of a sudden, it turns silver. How did that happen? Oh my God. Oh! Look up in the sky. Look up in the sky. What is those? Oh, that's a jet. I don't know what those are. It's called chemtrails, kids. That is putting particulate matter into the sky to precipitate rain, or to keep rain from happening, or getting, micro elements. Look at that, way up there. Look at that. That isn't a natural. That's not clouds. Clouds don't make X's. Look at all that. It's right over my head. It's like I'm targeted. But that's okay. Look at all that. Right there is a sitchin. See that thing right there in the middle? Right there, that's a sitchin. Come on, dance. End time dance. X marks the spot. There's another X. They're all over the place. And they feather out and make clouds. Entertainment. Meeting. Look at that. See how it's feathering it out? And then the sky will just be all silver. No longer blue. Kids think the sky is silver, not blue. Just kind of happening. Oh, look at that citron. I love it. So I love Donny too. Dance, kids, dance. Come on. Oh, yeah. Tonight. I mean, it's the whole sky is covered in that stuff. Look at it. And you're breathing it. It's getting in your skin, in your nose, in your lungs. Tonight. Entertainment. Dance. That's Bugs Bunny up there. So good luck. I've been talking about the big splat for 7 years. I've been going on and on and on. Go back and watch my shows. Go on. Wait. What is that? The anarchy sign or the owl sign? Or what's the diff? Well, the diff is anarchists are good fellows, fellow travelers, what they call a loyal opposition. Think about, I wonder if RFK is going to talk about this. He says, oh, we got to get rid of the fluoride in the water. Good luck with that. It's been there for 100 years. Look at that. Look at that. No matter where I walk, it's up there. There's a new one. It's a new one. See how it's thin? And the other ones are kind of feathering out. So we're going to have a big something. Tomorrow will be nice. Tuesday may be nice. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
So that, I showed you that thing of the little white balls on the side, and it was 15 degrees. A day later was when the hurricane obliterated our neighborhood. Oh, let's see what you guys are saying here. Drones did it. Let's see. We are transmitters. What you put out, you will receive straight back. Pretty much. Yeah, I have instantaneous karma. I got to be a good boy. Manifolds. Yeah. Alternative tech. Cool. Let's see. We are infinite energy, always moving, flowing. Yep. Like abstract math. Yep. Fires. The cog would have been accelerant. The fog, yes. The drones did it. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different technologies that could have done it. Let's see. And the technology of the hidden hand is at least 20,000 years ahead of where Walmart's is today. The fires are probably geoengineered. Yep, pretty much. Fog, smog, and geopolitics. I need an upgrade. So the upgrade you need is not to become transhuman, not to put your consciousness onto a silicon chip. No, it's to open your heart to love's co-creation, to in every day and every way take the piece of the earth and make it stronger. Right? To consciously be intent to do your best in that moment. Not in the past. Oh, I didn't do it in the past. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Which, oh, I feel bad about the past. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, they picked on me in the past. Blah, blah, blah. No. None of the above. Because if you do, you're going to end up like Dump Boy or Johnny. You know, you've got a choice there. And that's not much of a choice. It's pretty much the same thing. You are more powerful than anything that can throw at you. Yep, pretty much. Who you truly are, not this flesh, not this bag of water. No, this is just our avatar to be able to navigate through the sandbox of experience of the material. That's all this is. It's a sandbox, a child's little game. It may be pendulum blue, star. Holes, okay. So those images I showed you of the chemtrails, right? Those are pretty much, so I'm out in the middle of nowhere, Closest big anything to me is 60 to 100 miles. And they're doing that shit on top of me. Now, yes, it all feathers out and goes someplace else and does whatever it's going to do. But it's still quite interesting. Let's see. Live in the now. Now is all there is. Yep. Mm-hmm. Love's co-creation, being pure consciousness again. Yep. And we are. As the cadre, we are this entity that is more than ourselves, right? And yet, we are still all those different individual moments in the moment are all of us. And I call it all our relations. That's, indigenous people, First Peoples use that a lot, all our relations. And when Moses was talking to the burning bush said to him, Moses said, so I'm going to go to Egypt and I'm going to, I need to know your name so I can have some kind of authority. And the burning bush did not say, I am who I am. Only Popeye says that. What the burning bush said was that I am a work in progress, and you, meaning us or relations, are the reflection of me. Each individual are unique experience for the one. The real deal is the thing about semantics is that you can say a lot of stuff, and that's why I agree on. I tell stories because the story gives you a picture, an image you can kind of plug into and have that experience. Now, if I try to describe it just like that engineering teacher went on and on and on about the field equation, I said, moron, this is how you do it, And they call it a field, equation because you do it in the field, and you don't want to do any more than 5 or 6 functions, not like 320. And you don't need to carry it to the 17th decimal. You just need 3, the sacred number. So whatever you say, feel it in the moment, and it's great. All of these concepts that we've been going through, even the dump boys concept has validity, right? But it seems to take more than just the moment for me to pinch a loaf, right? And that's because part of that process is that totality of evacuation from this bag of water. So these are all valid things in the moment, right? To tack them up there, as a liturgy, not so much. It can't be Martin Luther or Paul, who was known as Saul, the youth salesman, lawyer. So I'm getting tired. There's 3 hours. Whew, I'm really tired. So I hope you enjoyed that one. Go back and watch it. Now, so when I go back and see this, I would love it if the live chat was part of this, thing that I can see on my channel. Somehow I don't know how to do that. I see other people's channels and they have their live chat up there. So how do I do that? Anyone know how to do that? What button do I have to push? So I'm scared to push any buttons because back a few years ago, I tried to do something and a dragon, I knocked him off. I couldn't bring him back. He had to get a new name and come back that way. And he was like, why did you do that to me? And I said, buddy, I'm sorry. I have no idea what I did, So all these people who have, YouTube channels that are a little more together than this one, A, know the technology, and B, that's part of who they are, that technology, and C, they probably have a staff of people doing it. Like when I first started this woman in Florida, who was quite an interesting woman, and she sent pictures of her, and she was quite attractive, and she played the guitar well. She had a really beautiful house on the beach, and I had gotten, and I said, wow, here's my Florida house. And we got talking about everything. She goes, let me take over your channel and I'll make you, I'll make you famous. And I said, sure, okay, let's talk about it some more. And basically we started talking about this, that, and the other thing. And I was, opening myself up to her, and she got upset about that, because I would say things about myself that gave her insight onto who and what she was and how she was doing with her perspective of her window. And she got very upset with that. Cut me off. Right? And so she seemed to really understand the internet, everything. And I had no idea about it. So What did Janie say? Stars mean something rather than nothing. Okay, I like that. 33 tribes. Mother, which is why the L letters. Like the 33. Yep, okay, I got that. Let's see. Dragon got booted and lost my Apple for 3 years, right? I mean, all of that kind of stuff. I have not a clue. And so I've been doing this show for 7 years. I've said all kinds of stuff, did all kinds of things. Never, ever, 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 did YouTube, blah blah me, right? Oh, we're gonna block you. And then I did a show, and then they got a hold of me immediately before I got off the line, and they said, "Oh, you broke all these kind of rules, blah blah blah." And I had no idea what the frick they were talking about. They said, "You can't come on unless you take a course." And I said, "Sure, I'll take a course. You take course now." And I did, and God knows what I agreed to or any of the above. And what was so amazing about it was like 10 questions. The test was 10 questions. And so I did the first one, and it seemed like I could choose anything, and I would hit, one of three, choices, and hit the first one. They said, wrong answer, pick another. Hit the next one, wrong answer, pick another. There was only one other one. Hit that one. Boy, you got it right. And I picked the wrong, I did it so well. Every out of those 10 questions, every single one, I picked the wrong answer twice. Really? I think I should have gotten a little plastic, trophy for that, right? Anyway, so they said, okay, you're good. You instead of being, bumped off, we won't do that. And instead of being like, we're going to look at everything you do for the next 3 years, you only have to be good for 3 days. So that was like a month ago. So who knows? I don't understand any of this, and I don't care to, right? I keep talking to you guys. I keep having a nice conversation with you guys. You can feel how much I love you. So I don't really, and anybody who wants to be part of the cadre, I keep telling people this, come, basically subscribe, hit that little bell and and you will be notified and you can jump in, right? Like all of you guys who've been here, you get notified, right? So, yes, I've been doing this now. Oh, look at that. 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 33 seconds. I love it when that happens. Well, I'm going to go. What time is it now? Oh, yes, I want to get a good night's sleep. So it's 10 o'clock, and I will go on. So it's been great being with all of you guys. I'll do one tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be Monday, and I will do one Monday, okay? So that's the story. I hope you enjoyed everything. Go back. I got at least 2,000 of these things on this channel. They're all there. A month or two ago, I went through every one, and it was more than 2,000. I counted each one, and they're all there. So, and Dragon was a great guy. He used to send me these care packages. He used to copy them on thumb drive, so I would have a hard copy. And John Boy, when he threw me out one time, he basically took the box of all the pretty stuff that that Dragon made for me, and all those thumb drives Johnny Boy took, and he also took this box that my grandfather had made, and it had my wedding license with Don and me, and those machines at the bus station, you get into the thing and put some money in it, takes us 4 or 5 pictures on a little strip and then spits it out. I had a few of those, and my birth certificate and a bunch of other, my passport. And when I came back, John, I was gone for 2 months, and John said, "Oh, please come back, please. No one's watching my channel." Because whenever we did a show, when I ever told a story like the old crone, he would get 70, it would go viral, right? And then he, basically begged me to come back. And so, it was getting to be, it was already cold. And I had already been out in the cold for about a month and a half. So I said, okay. And I came back and I went, and because he was, get out, get out, get out. Like, and he had a hammer in his hand, and the poor Russian girl was half naked outside smoking 4 cigarettes at once. And you go, I have to get out of here. And I just got in the car and drove away. And I had a great adventure. I won't go on and on. It'd take me 2 hours to tell that adventure. And I've told her about 12 times. And John threw me out 32 times over a 17-month period. And it was the greatest thing because he's a drag to live with. I mean, he's so, I want to kill myself, oh, things suck, blah, 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 blah. He always says the same thing over and over. He's a broken record. But he is a good lab rat. There are great insights I would get from him. And if you go look at those early shows, you can see what I'm talking about. So, but after, being thrown out 32 times, yeah, it was great. I mean, I just have so many adventures that and they're, playing out in my novels. So you want to read my novels, dudewake42 at Gmail, and I will send them to you, and especially if you have Gmail, because it's so easy, because all I have to do is send, put your address, bingo, it's there, right? So anyway, that's it. I'm getting tired. Why did he take your personal stuff? Was he on drugs? Well, we're all on drugs. It's what's in our head. Why are people psychotics, sociopathic, all the above, right? He doesn't have multiple personalities. He has these character traits, right? And when his Jimmy side comes out, it's that little 7-year-old, 8-year-old who steals stuff. It's the mockingbird who just takes things, right? So he would take things, and they say, I didn't take it. Yeah, I mean, he does, and so he has these different personalities that basically. So like the dump boy, John Boy is the dump boy to the 10th power. John goes through maybe 500 rolls of toilet paper every month because he is so anal retentive. And so his plumbing, because George didn't know how to do plumbing, it gets clogged up. And there's this company called A Smooth Move. And it's instead of a machine that goes in and grinds the crap out, it's this little hose with a fiber optic light on it and a fiber optic TV camera. And it's like doing, when they do the thing up your asshole and colonoscopy. It's like the colonoscopy of a septic system. And this guy came, and when I put my well in, I had this, thing that you could get water, so he could drive his truck straight up that thing, hook the hose up to, take the big long, thing, and there was a drain right there before the septic line. He'd clean that from the drain to the septic tank, and then he'd go the other way, and he'd clean all that stuff out. And he could do that in like an hour and make, $300. But John was so, just, he'd be like, right? And the guy couldn't take it. And I would say, no, so you got to stay here. And I helped him out because I went up there were like 7 different toilets. And he had this one little gizmo that was really great. You kind of stick it like down into the toilet, down into the pipe, and you could push the crap that away, which then with the thing on the other end, he could see where the crap was coming from, right? So Johnny Boy, and this is a perfect example of the Jimmy, right? So John just got more and more. He was screaming, I'm the boss. I'm in charge. You think you should stop. Because John is so inferior about everything he does. It's like mind-boggling. But John shouldn't, because he's so talented in everything he does. It's one of these, it's a human trait that is an amazing reflection of the group human thing that causes us to do the craziest shit, like kill ourselves to our environment and war. And John is the canary in the coal mine. He is the mirror image. You want to see what's going on with humanity? Just look at John Birmingham, Right? Just go watch his little crazy videos, and if you have had any experience in the psychosocial cultural frame or the shamanic frame, it's like unbelievable. And that's why John is still my friend. I'm never going to go there unless John really says, I want to change. I want to, then I would help him because he's my friend. Otherwise, please go there. No, get thrown out again. I'm too old now. 7 years ago was 7 years ago. Now it's like, and I got a limited warranty, so I am like doing, that's why I'm here. This is where I'm supposed to be at this moment, helping these people, right? Doing this, getting them moved in the right direction so this place can last another 30 years, helping, let's say, 1,000 people, and keeping the community that's about to get destroyed by the corporate structure just a little nudged one way, so it'll be something still left of what the beauty was, right? So the guy did all the cleaning the crap out, right? And so one of these devices that I was up in the bathroom, he had two of them. So I had one downstairs and one upstairs, right? And I did all the ones upstairs, but I left it up there just in case I had to come back, right? So, the one downstairs, we finished it, and John's like, screw that, blah, blah. And so normally, this thing would have costed John $300. John gives him like $3,000 in cash, right? And the guy is like about to like strangle John or totally, but when John starts going like this with the Benjamins, the guy, and I'm looking at the guy going, he's going, that's enough. And I go, and the guy, John gives him like $3,000 in Benjamins. And so the guy rolls everything up, and John runs upstairs, and the guy goes, is that guy nuts? I said, you can't just describe him with a single word of nuts, right? So he goes, this is he didn't have words for it because he was so bent out of shape by what John was, and he was trying to do the right job. And so anyway, I said, listen, buddy, you do a great job. Give me one of your cards. I give him one of mine, right? And I said, if I can find any more work, I'm turning everything onto you because this is so much better than Roto-Rooter, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, gee, thanks. And he goes, you're a great guy. I could have never done this job without you. Do you want any of this $3,000? I said, no, it's all yours. You earned every nickel. And so he drives away, right? And about an hour later, my phone rings. I go, yes. He goes, hey, this is the, oh, what's up? He goes, that thing that you used to, do upstairs? And he goes, I said, I was so, I got the one that was downstairs, and I didn't realize that you left the one upstairs. I thought that was in the truck. So I got to another job and realized I only had one of these things. And he goes, do you think you can, get that for me? And I said, sure. Why don't we meet? I said, do you know the library over here? I said, oh, yeah. He said, I'm actually in that neighborhood. I said, how long going to take? Maybe 2 hours? I said, good. To have a place, I can get a cup of coffee there. I'll just wait for you where the coffee shop is, and I'll have the thing. Right? So I go upstairs, and John will not, and he's got the Jimmy voice, and he goes, I said, John, no, Jimmy's here. I said, okay, Jimmy, I need to get that, the guy, what guy? I said, the guy who fixed toilets. I don't have a toilet. I said, come on, Jimmy. I know, I put it upstairs. No, you're not getting in. And so he wouldn't let me in. And John took that man's tool, right? So I called the guy back and I said, listen, buddy, I can't get it because he's, took it and I don't know where, he's hid it and I have no idea, right? And he goes, oh, don't worry about it. He goes, that thing only costs $300. He gave me $3,000. It's like I could buy 10 of those things. And he says, it's okay. Anyway, John put it, I looked around for it, could never find it. And that's what he's like a squirrel. He does shit like that. So that's what John does. And that's not, he's got these 10 other personalities that he does shit like that, right? And we all have different characteristics, right? But come together and make one personality. John, those six personalities are separate, right? Now, basically doesn't, because, see, if he had personalities, he wouldn't remember those different characters, right? And he wouldn't remember the stuff he did as those characters, right? So, but he does. Meaning, I've been doing this kind of work for years, so I know how to interview people to get the information I'm looking for without them really realizing that I'm twigging on what's going on. So, and that's what makes me such a good negotiator. I can figure out everybody's everything, and then nudge them into a place where they can all agree. But I've been replaced by an app, by an AI, right? So. How can bygones be bygones? Personality cluster be? Well, the bygones be gone is easy thing. If you live in the moment, it's easy. That I don't worry about anything that anyone does. Right? I'm aware of it. So next time, I'm taking a look at what's going on 3 blocks away, so I can just walk away. And right now, I pretty much wouldn't have anything to do with John B. unless he said, "Yes, I want to," and I wouldn't do it unless it was summertime. I mean, I'm never going up there in the winter. Get stuck up there or being pushed. I mean, he kicked me out 12 different times in like 17. I guess that's 8 years ago, when it was again one of these ridiculously cold winters, right? And he just kicked me out, right? But without any thought, and it was at night. I said, "John, can't we wait until sunrise?" No. And I could have killed that road was totally icy. I just kind of went down and went to a place that I knew I could put my car safely. And I called up a whole bunch of people, and no one answered the phone, so I just slept in my car. And when the sun came up, I saw the road was like a sheet of ice. So I had a 4-wheel vehicle at that time, and I just kind of drove on to where the Blue Ridge Parkway was, right? I have no idea why the federal government cleans the Blue Ridge Parkway like it's a super highway, but the little county road was like this, and it was like a sheet of ice. But all I had to do was kind of like go through the woods 20 feet, and there was the Blue Ridge Parkway. I got on it, drove to the backside of Roanoke, got off at that exit, went into this place called Garden City, where one of the last of the last of the last, gas station restaurants were. And so, old school. And I used to live over on that part of the hill, and I basically went in there and said, "Hey, boys, how you doing?" "Oh, well, so had that. And then I said, "So is the Parkway?" "Oh, yeah, the Parkway's great, all the way, to D.C. I said, "Okay." So I took that and then got onto 66 and went someplace that, I stumbled into an adventure, I found this person, and they were starving, and I had no real money. I had like $60. I had no idea, I had a full tank of gas and $60 and no idea where I was going to go or, how was, So I stopped at this one place off of 66. So it was a great truck stop. A lot of different people there, a lot of different interesting things. And there was this girl out front, and she was, well dressed, and she was spare change. And I said, "What's wrong?" And she gave me the story. And I said, "Well, you want breakfast?" "So I buy breakfast." So I do. And then she takes me to where her buddies were, and we have an adventure of that. And it would take me an hour or two to tell that story. But then her freaking cell phone rings, and it's her aunt who says, "Oh, your mother told me that you're here, and I live just over here, and I'll meet you at the Food Lion, and I'll give you some money, and 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 I said, and she goes, "Can you drive me there?" And I do. And basically, we meet the aunt, and the aunt, we get and I'm in like the go-kart shopping thing, and they got the big basket, and they're getting a lot of food. And so we're waiting on the line, and there's this woman behind me, and she looks like the Michelin Man. She's got this coat that's puffy, and she starts feeling me up. And I look, yes, what's up? And she goes, "Are you a handyman?" And I go, "I don't know how to take that." And she goes, "Can you fix things?" I said, "You got to be more specific." And she goes, "Well, I have this house that's a really beautiful house, and it's really special, and no one knows how to fix it. And now it's really cold, and nothing works. And my mother and I and my cousin are there, and if you're a handyman, you can fix it." And she goes, "It's really beautiful, and if you can fix it, you can spend the winter there." I said, "Really?" Mm. So I turned to the woman, and I said, "Listen, this is where I get off here. I've spent 3 days with, I saved your niece's life and her friend's life and changed her life." And she goes, "Oh yeah, he's amazing. We did all this and he had food." And so her rich aunt gives me 2 Benjamins. Right? She goes, "Here." I said, "So you can take it from here, right?" And she goes, "Yep." So they go that way. And I said, "Okay, where's your car?" And so I follow, and it's this big, beautiful house right on the edge of National Forest. It's just gorgeous. And whoever built it was brilliant because there was all this, solar powered this and multi-purpose that. And yes, if you didn't understand that kind of sustainability technology, yeah, it's not the average thing, right? So I basically took a look at everything, saw what the real problems were, and saw that, okay, so the house is now getting pretty cold. It's like 40 degrees, it's like, 18 degrees outside, but the thing has been so amazingly insulated that it was still, I mean, they had no heat for ever. Then it 3 days ago got really cold, but inside the house was still about 52 degrees, right? No heat whatsoever, ever. And it's been really cold for a week. And luckily, it's been somewhat sunny because of all this glass and all the sun comes in and had all these surfaces that heat up. And that are, so I'm like, okay, I got this. So they have this really interesting, like Swedish wood stove that really is super efficient. And it heated air and heated water. And so the control device, a couple relays were burnt out. So all I did was put the wires together without the relay and use the thermostat upstairs as a switch. Right, that's it. It doesn't need. It was low voltage on either side of the relay. No big deal. And you just you could set it at the temperature and it would still turn the thing on and off. You didn't need that relay per se. And it was like tradition, right? So anyway, so I do that and it's like everything works. It's like they can't, right? And I said, you actually have solar panels upstairs. And they said, "So is that why we don't have electricity?" I said, "Well, you do have electricity. There is a meter out there, but there's a lock on it. And the shoe, I can tell that they have a shoe on it, so you haven't paid the electric bill." She goes, "Oh, we had to pay the electric bill?" And I said, "Yes, you had to pay the electric bill." And so I said, "Give me your," I have my cell phone. I said, "Let me have your cell phone." So I get the electric company on. I said, "Hey there, this is our, you see the phone number? Oh, yes. You see the address? Oh, yes. Can you turn the electricity? Oh, yes. Can you take it straight off the phone? Oh, yes." I said, "Okay, do it." Right? And the guy says, "But it's going to take us a few days to get there." I said, "Listen, I'm an electrician and I'm a friend of the owner, and you have a clamp on it, but you don't have a lock on it. So I can just, snap that little piece of metal and take the shoe off and plug the meter back in. Can I do that? And they said, oh, okay, yeah, of course. I mean, we just took the money. We took, $200 as a deposit. And I said, take another 200 for this first month's electric bill. I said, oh, we can do that. And I said, and I want you to put it in the record that you said it was okay to do this. And they said, so do you have a license? I said, yeah, but not from here, but I am. I just described the issue and used the right. You got it. And we got plenty of money, and we got to we can take as much money out of her bank account as we want. I said, good. So I'm like, bang, the lights are on, and so I was there all she picked me up at about 1 p.m. I got everything working by 3 p.m. and it got dark around 5:30 p.m. And so she had this big freezer full of all kinds of great food. And I started cooking for her. And her mother was very cool. Like she was like 80 years old and had done everything. She's been an artist and a movie star and just truly amazing woman. And her daughter had been a basically bureaucrat for the California Department of Transportation, right? So she had worked for them for 40 years and retired and got, big 401k and took the money, and her mother and her bought the house. And you've ever seen the movie Old Maids and Arsenic and Old Lace? That's these two girls. Because the cousin and the nephew was out of his mind, He thought he was Woodrow Wilson. And so, anyway, I spent a good 3 months with him. And the girl who was, the Michelin girl, she was, for 45 years old, she was she was fit, she was good, good shape, and she was not stupid, and but she had no life experience. And for having a mother who had every kind of life experience, it was quite interesting. Anyway, so after about 2 months, and I had my own suite, right, with a satellite TV and it was like a hotel room. It had the jacuzzi. It was like, and great bed, probably the best bed I ever slept in. And after about 2 months, and it was great. I would cook. I would talk to the girls. I would take them out to Lynchburg. We were not that far from Lynchburg. We were like right between Stanton and Lynchburg. And there were a couple of restaurants I knew, and they like going to restaurants, and they pay the bill. And I was like the chauffeur handyman, And so the second month we were there, I wake up and I sleep in the buff, and I wake up and she is like humping herself on my leg. And I'm, getting a little aroused in my sleep. And I wake up and there she's like, and I look at her, I said, hey, easy girl. And I said, I'm old fashioned. And she goes, what do you mean? And I said, well, I have to have intimacy. I have to have a relationship. Well, don't we? I said, no, you're kind of like my employer. And yes, I like you, but, you'd have to be kind of my girlfriend. And not just, because I kept fixing everything. And she kept giving me money, right? And like in her basement, I built all these shelves for her. She she had every kind of hobby you could imagine. And so I made all of these, different rooms for all her different hobbies, and, all these shelves for all her stuff for her hobbies. And, I did all kinds of stuff like that. And she paid me, she was paying me pretty good. And so I said, so this is how it kind of has to be. Let's start hanging out. Let's go to a movie or two. We can go to Lynchburg and go dancing or go to karaoke. I'm kind of uncomfortable about friends or people and groups. And I said, well, you worked in a big office. And she said, yeah, I was uncomfortable. Anyway, I said, okay. Let's ease into this, right? And I said, And the intimacy that we have, I'm a really good healer. So I'm just going to massage your legs. And I would massage her legs in the morning, in the afternoon, and before she went. And she would come every time, just massaging her feet and her ankles. Right, I didn't go above her kneecaps. And her mother said, "Can I have some of that?" And so these girls were, I was a big, and their insane cousin, he was like comic relief. So it was quite interesting. And of course, I wrote about it in my, it's one of my novels, that one. Anyway, Miss Kitty's is the name of it. Anyway, because, she had a pussy. I called her Miss Kitty. Anyway, so she was sweet and she was nice and she was, but we weren't really, being intimate. And I said, listen, so we have to get over this hump, right? And I said, you have a really nice car, my car, but you have a really nice car. So why don't we drive to Lynchburg in your nice car? And we get tickets on Amtrak, and we get the night train, and we will get into New York City, at like 9 a.m. We'll get on the train at 10 and get there at 9 a.m. And we'll have a nice meal for dinner, and then we'll go in the sleeping car, and then we'll have a nice breakfast, and then the train will roll in, and I'll show you New York. And we're going to go to a friend of mine is having an opening at a really fancy museum. And she was, and said, and a lot of my friends are going to be there, and they're going to tell you all kinds of great stories about me in New York and in the 60s and 70s. And you can have an exposure, an intimate exposure of me. And we're going to stay at a friend of mine has a really nice brownstone. And he said, well, we can stay there for a week. So I'm going to take you to all these places all over New York. I said, you've never been to New York. You've been a California girl. And I'm going to show you New York like you've never seen any place. And she was all excited. And, so we had 2 weeks before, right? And so she's all excited, and she's so excited about it, and this and that. And we would go shopping and buy clothes. And so we're getting ready to go. And the day comes, and I have basically packed everything I had back in my car. And basically, it's time to, go have lunch at this nice restaurant in Lynchburg where Jerry Falwell, it's called Doc's, right? And she can meet Jerry Falwell, my good buddy. And because she loves Jerry Falwell, she loves, what's his name? The other evangelicist guy. His name will pop in my head, Billy Graham. So we basically, I said, okay, let's go. And she goes, no, I can't go. I'm scared. I don't, and I said, I got my backpack. You got your, no, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go. I said, okay, that's it. She goes, what do you mean? I said, you can't just stay here and be my handyman. I said, yeah, because John had been calling me because there was this really, we were not that far from a place called Rustburg. And it was before Rustburg, there was this little hamlet that were really rich people, right? So they had a nice little strippy mall with a nice, great thrift store, right? They had a copy shop. They had, like a Staples, but not, it's privately owned, but so it was kind of like a Staples, had a lot of stuff. Had a thing that was kind of like not Walmart's, but something like Walmart's, and a supermarket that had really nice, it was like it was a privately owned high-end kind of like Dinner for the Earth, but this guy, it wasn't Dinner for the Earth, like what Dinner for the Earth used to be. Anyway, and it had 2 restaurants. One really nice kind of hang out with a fireplace and not a bar. It was a pub. That's what it was. It had really good food, had a really great lunch, and had a really great breakfast, and a really great dinner, and $10, right? And then there was another place that was a really great, fancy fish restaurant, Italian fish restaurant, and that opened at 11:30 and closed at 11:30. So either one. So, and it also had a drive-through kind of restaurant. Anyway, so that was my, when I had enough of Michelin Girl and the crazy cousin and mom, I would go there and just spend the day there and then come back, and I'd go shopping. I'm going to go shopping, and I would go off and I'd buy the vegetables and this, and so at least once or twice a week. So I spent almost 3 months there, January, February, March, right? And one day, so it was about a week before we were going to go to New York. And so I'm going to go buy some food. It's like a week before, right? And it's like she's all excited and we're getting ready. And I go in and I'm at this place having a nice stew and a nice glass of wine and a few other, a salad and a little of this and a little of that. And my cell phone rings. And it's John Boy. Haven't heard from him for 3 months. You have to come back. I have to come back. I'll pay you money. I'll do anything. And I said, John, why should I come back? Oh, please. I won't do that ever again. Oh, you can say it for the rest of your life. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I said, John, but no one watches my shows. You got to come back and do videos. And I said, okay. And so it's in my mind goes, because my stuff is still all there. That I don't care that he rifles through. And so, because, after that time I came back and all my stuff was gone, my personal stuff. And why I knew he took it is that he did a show on his channel and he opened it, and this is my grandfather's box. And he took out the picture of my grandparents getting married in the 1890s, right? And he goes, and this is my grandfather. And he then shows my birth certificate. And he goes, this is my, it's got my name on it. And so I go, okay, John, because I knew, I learned after I was 32, I had this, one of my best attributes is to always be in the flow. Always, I had this nickname called perfect time. It always be in the right place at the right time. And the one thing, and I also had this, thing of conscious intent, meaning whatever I was doing, I was doing it. Because like when I would, wire like a restaurant or a fancy thing, a lot of contractors would be rushing around doing a lot of different things. And they'd never get it done right. And then the wall would get closed up, or this would be this, or this would be that. And at the end of the day, to make the contractor or the client happy, they would have to do all this other stuff. So they never ended up making a profit, or they would get beat, one or the other. So, when I noticed people doing this, I said, I'm not going to do that. So if I'm going to that duplex outlet, I'm going to make sure it's done right the first time, so I don't have to come back and fix it. And there were other things. I did so many restaurants. I knew where the coffee machine was going to be, or where this was going to be. And I would say to the architect, this is where this should be. And he would go, no, I'm the architect. I know better. It's going to be over here. So, okay. So when I would do everything in pipe so I could pull wire through, right? And so it cost a few, 20, 30 cents a foot more than if I used BX or MC. And so basically what would happen is I would put a box, right, and a cover, or I'd cover it in sheetrock and measure it from the wall so I know exactly where it was. And when, the end of the job is done, and I had really great contracts. I wrote everything down exactly. I said, so this is what I'm going to do for this price, but whatever extra there is, it's going to cost this much more, because it's going to be more difficult because everything's done. And so this happened more than once. and the job's all done. They're putting everything together, and they're going, really, the coffee machine should be over here. And they said, Al, where you said it should be there. So how much is it going to cost? I said, well, if we did it when I told you to do it, it would have been this, right? Now it's, instead of being $600, it's going to be $3,000. And they were like, why so much? And I said, because I'm not going to destroy the wall. If you had another electrician, he would just go at the wall with a hatchet and make a trough and put the wire in. And then you'd have to bring in the plastering guy, and then you'd have to bring in a painter, and then you'd have to resand the floor. None of that, you won't even know. And that's why it's going to cost that much. So virtually all those kind of jobs, office, specific, like lawyers' offices, like guys who did advertising agencies that had people in, and they would interview for this, that, and the other thing, and you'd have, the two-way mirrors and the lighting for this and that. Those really specific things, hospitals, restaurants, things of that nature. So I wired so many of them and built them too, so I knew it from every angle. And a lot of the jobs I did with my buds, right? Who, Willie, who was the carpenter, this guy who was the plumber, that guy was the mason, this guy was the plasterer, all of that, right? The painter, Gary B., the guy who did the sanding of the floors, all of that, right? So I understood it, and that's why when we worked together, we could give a price to anybody that was 10% lower, but 100% better quality. And that's why we, for about 10 years, we during the 70s when everyone was depressed, we were making tons of money. So anyway, I had that wired into me. But one thing that was a differential was that I never would, so I could be very complete and very specific on like an electric job or a contracting job. But when it came to my life and what I was doing, I had so many things going on at the same time, so many different skill sets, right, that I never completed the big picture. So when my second wife died when I was 33, and I got pretty depressed over that one. And New York City, I couldn't stay there. It was my city, and when I married her, it was our city. And so when I would go around and remember all the things we did, I'd go to start crying here, there, and everywhere. And I knew I had to complete everything, tied up in a bow, and then leave New York and never come back. And I did. I spent another 2 years doing exactly that, and kind of put myself in that space where not only did I complete electric jobs or whatever kind of specific task or trade or a skill set I was doing, I would do it 100% in that moment. I was doing my life the same way. And so it wasn't until 2014 when I worked for 10 years for the corporate lawyers, then died, and in that life review, I realized, and everyone's patting me on the back saying what a great job I'm doing. And I realized that I did everything 99%, but that 1% of that thing I wasn't doing. And so I was told, okay, you can go back. I said, well, I'm tired. Can't I just stay here? And I said, oh, yeah, you can stay here. But you want to stay in the basement of Holy Redeemer School smelling like vomit for eternity? Or go back and spend somewhere between 3 and 20 years having a good time, doing what you normally do, but you're doing that 1%. And I said, I guess I'll take that. And so I came back, and yes, my body was destroyed, and I had to rebuild it, and it's now this. And yes, it hurts, like sitting in this chair, but I'm, pushing 80. I'm not 23 anymore, right? And that's John Boy, he's pushing 50, and he wants to be 27. It's never going to happen. When I was 50, I was in good shape. So anyway, and I'm in good shape right now, I showed a friend of mine, you were in tremendous shape. You know, I don't have a gut. He's got this gigantic 50-year-old gut because all he's doing is sitting around eating cookies and now he's 50 something, so his bones and joints and so he's not, you know, it's ouch, ooch, each that I do, you know, barely can walk. But if we don't lose that gut in the next 2 or 3 years, and I can get him, you know, down to, you know, 10 or 15 pounds, but then if I'm not around enough, he'll gain it back. And it's that's what most people do. They do this. Me, I put my mind to it. I don't have to lose that 250 pounds like that. It took me 7 years, but I'm not putting it back on. Actually, I'm still getting thinner and thinner, which is a good thing. And I'm not at that place where, he looks like he's going to die. And even if that was the case, it'd still be okay. Because I do have a limited warranty. You know? Every morning, it's like, ouch. You know, I kind of open up one eye and go, am I alive? Am I breathing? You know, God, how am I doing? Is that something for me to do today? And if there is something to do for God, I'm going to be God's doula. I get out of bed, I do my exercises, I do my push hands, right? And so I move forward. Most people don't. And that's what this show is about, to help you. As a Greer, I tell you stories, and it kind of rings a little bell to you. Ian Phillips, the free. Oh, dude. Dude, how can be bygones be goodbye? We live in the moment, not the past. You can't forgive people if you live in the past, and you can't, live in the moment and forgive people and be ready to take on what's going to come in the future. You're thinking about the future because it just makes you anxious. So bygones is the secret to it is have no expectations and live in the moment. Let's see. Is he living some of our lives all in the same space? Well, he doesn't leave the school, so he's in the same space, physics space, And just go watch his shows, And he's kind of like Jerry Lewis. You know how the French thought Jerry Lewis was the greatest actor, As we have been 12 each, we are born of one. Okay, I like that. Yep. MPD from trauma. Yeah. I think more would have MPD if reincarnation only. Well, who knows whether we get reincarnated. I have so many little flashes of lots of other lives. And at being, I spent almost 3 years as an EMT, right, at Ithaca, right in this little town called Verna. It was right where 91 and 78 went like this instead of a clothier leaf. So big trucks would run over little cars, moms and stuff. So at least once a week, we would be called out to this specific place in the highway where it was like a war zone, right? And really, really, and I've told this story, the worst one was, and it was so bad that we took out a chunk, there was a service road, right? That went from this exit to that exit to this road to that, right? Well, right where these two guys did this, we took out about 1.5 miles of that fence. So we could take that service road and just drive to wherever the crash was. So we wouldn't, because if the crash happened, traffic would be stuck in every direction and it would take, you'd almost need a helicopter to get there. But this other thing, and the way it looked from the road, you didn't even know that was there. Meaning if other people, all the traffic would be on that thing, but they couldn't even see the service road. So just whoop. So we did that, and we went there at least once or 3 times a week, and we were great with the cutting people out of cars, and we would take them straight to Cornell, and Cornell had this trauma center that invented trauma, for the military, and invented, because EMTs really didn't exist until 1980. And so they had made all the technology. So we had cutting edge everything, right? And we got trained. So I was trained not only as an EMT fireman, but I was what is known as a surgical first responder. I could do lines, I could do trachs, I could basically sew people up. I could people were I could open them up internally if they had a vein or artery, and I could clamp them off. I could do those kind of things. Right? So I saw a lot of blood, a lot. So a lot of people die. But we saved, 95%, only 5%. After almost 3 years, we had maybe 500 folks, and out of that 500, 20 were dead when we got there. Right? Another 20 died on the way. The rest, the 460 folk, they lived because we were the guys who showed up and got them out of the car, and got them to one of the best trauma centers on the planet. And we had all this technology, meaning we could, send sonograms, we could send all our measurements, blood pressure, everything else to them over the airwaves. And we had TV cameras, and they could see exactly what everything looked like. So they could prepare, right? And they could tell us what to do if we had to do any procedures. Right? They could walk us through it. So that was 3.5 years. And like I said, about 20 people, and that was part of my shtick was, of our crew, there were 40 people in the house. At any point in time, maybe 10 to 20 would show up at each thing. And if I wasn't out of town, or if I wasn't doing something on the other side of the two counties, I would be there. So me, the chief, lieutenant, and the engineer, and like, so there's about 30 members to this house. 27 were women between the age of 16 and 32. There was 2 high school guys, 1 old guy, and me, and a few came in and out. And we were like total family, and the girls were totally amazing. And I see these, LA Fire, and they're going after the fire chief just because she's a lesbian and a woman, right? And I went online and I looked at her. She's been 28 years in the LA Fire Department. She came on as a hose jockey and did every single job all the way up. And that's why she got that job, not because it was, diversity. Right? And that's the problem with all of this. Like, if you go to this afternoon show, and I was talking to my buddy in Chicago, and he is Mr. Charmer. So he was like walking around, and he bumped into a person while I was talking to me. He knew he was live on the show, and I heard him talking to this guy, and the guy sounded interesting. I said, hey, put him on the phone. So we started talking, and this guy is like, obviously he's an intelligent guy, but he's drank the Kool-Aid of the MAGA, right? And he's all about George Soros is the devil, blah, blah, blah. And I said, listen, buddy, George Soros is just, one head of the coin, and there is no difference between MAGA, Republic, Democrats, liberals. They're all the same. They're all crooks. And I said, Soros, where do you think he got his money? He goes, oh, he's the devil. And I said, he got his money from Rothschild. Where do you think that Elon Musk got his money? Rothschild. Where do you? And I just went down. I said, it's all follow the money, and you can take out your phone and ask Google this. It's right there. I've just Googled it. It's right there. And he did do that because I didn't say that he was wrong. I said, I agree with everything you said. But it's not just Soros, it's everybody else, and I told him stories about all the different political things I saw. And so he was like grooving on being on the show, and he was grooving on, boy, you're a really great guy, blah, blah, blah. You really know a lot of stuff, blah, blah, blah. But he couldn't get past that. Mega's right, everything else is wrong. So that's part of that trauma thing. So go watch that show. It takes about a day for these shows to go up. But start copying them. Start putting them. I mean, if Dragon can put it on a hard drive, so can you. And it would be good if it was on a medium like that. And lots of everybody had them. Because one day, it's just like Chris Hedges, he had a show on Wi-Fi, and the powers that shouldn't be said, okay, he's no longer on this. And he did a whole bunch of shows. And they didn't even tell him. They just took him off. But he was a smart enough guy that he basically made a copy of every show he ever made. So he had a copy of it. But if he's like me, but see, I don't care, because my whole reason for doing this and why I've been doing this show now for 4 hours and 6 minutes is because I'm connecting to you guys. The thing that I care about, it's not how many likes or how many views or whether this goes viral or any of that. It's how it affects you in the moment, right here, right now. And I can feel it, shamanically, energetically. And you can feel me feeling you feeling it. You know what I mean? I know you do. I know you do, Jay. Mr. Light. That's why you've been light. You've been on here. You've been here now for like 3 hours. Why? Because you feel me feeling you. Right. I know nothing. I have no name. I am everywhere all at once. That's me, right? And that's why I'm with you. The Beatles song, I am you, you are me, we are all together. Right? That's us. What is MPD? Is that Jane? Is that what you put down there, MPD? Multiple personality disorder. Okay, yeah, okay. So that's from the Blue Book, right? So I never did. I was a shrinky boy, and I never used that. I never filled out a form, because I was a researcher and I worked for this large house of shrinking people, and I did all of their research. And I was working for John Hopkins, and they were getting a big chunk of change from me being there. And part of that research was I would do all of their pro bono stuff. And the other thing they hated doing was relationship counseling, right? Because the insurance guys and those people would only pay so much, because you're supposed to be able to get them to a place where they can have their relationship, not be the third wheel in the relationship for the next 20 years. And that's the guys I work for. That's what they wanted to keep these people. They had really good insurance. They wanted to keep them on the hook for that. So I would never fill out a form, right? I would just draw pictures, on my card. Do I have a card with me? No, I'm not gonna look. But anyway, so instead of the Blue Book, because they call it different things at different times, it's changed a great deal, and they changed the color of the book. When I went to school and they had it, it was a blue book. I don't know what color it is now. Anyway, so yes, multiple personality disorder. Yeah. See, I don't really see anything as a disorder, because what all you need to do is see who the person really is. It's like John. So I've been around him like 7 years, give or take. And I, plumbed and measured every aspect of him, and I know how to get him into a place where he could have a good life, right? And that's what I love doing. I love helping people be happy, right? That's why I do the show, because I can tell just by your responses and the energetics I get off of what you do and say, that this is making more than making you happy. It's giving you a perspective that you take away, and don't put yourself in a disorder, right? Yeah. So, so you can tell I'm a little tired. So, multiple personality disorder. So that's why John really isn't. He's just neurotic, and he plays it out in many different ways because he is stuck himself in the past, right? And he is fearful of the future, so he won't move forward. I've given him so many different opportunities to move forward, and he just doesn't. That's when I put him in a space where he can move forward, and he is moving forward. He's changed because he used to smoke cigarettes like a chimney. It's going to kill him. I got him to stop smoking. He used to do a lot of things that was going to kill him. And the one thing he won't stop doing is eat crap like he does, because it fulfills some need. It goes back to his childhood. And the other thing that he won't stop doing is drinking coffee, because he is truly, if he didn't drink coffee, he'd probably be doing meth, right? So it's, and it really brings the worst out of him. I can have 3 or 4 cups of coffee a day. It doesn't do nothing. I like the taste. It makes me regular. And in the morning, it does give me a little bounce. But other than that, that's about it. And I could drink a cup of coffee right now and go to sleep. But I don't really drink more than 4 cups, right? Because after 4, John probably drinks 42. I've seen him go through, that machine where you put the little cartridge in there and it makes, right? I've seen him drink 40 of those in a day, right? And they're like $30, $40 a box of those things, right? So he does one of those $30, $40 boxes a day, right? And he doesn't go shopping. He has the food delivered. I don't know what he's doing now because the road up to the school with this kind of, it's only getting worse. So it's going to be interesting. So anyway, well, I'm going to go because it's time for me to go to sleep. And let's see. Now it's cold. And that's why I didn't use these labels 30 years ago when I was a shrinky boy. And I just drew pictures. And you know what was truly interesting? The head guy of the state loved how I took notes. You have to take notes when you're working with people, and then they put it in a file. And he would just come to our office to read my files, right? Because when I would write things down, I would write them as a story, as a griot, and I would draw pictures of it. And the guy said, "This is the best. This is the best." And that's one reason I got a gig to teach. That guy got me. Yes, I mean, one reason he was doing it was that he was connected with John Hopkins, and they sent me to this place, and he was connected to them, and he was reading my documentation. He said, "This is the best I've ever seen. This is tremendous." I said, "So okay, let's work and make a protocol so everyone does it this way." And he goes, "Oh well," and he says, "It would work now, but in 10 years everything's going to be corporate, and I've already been paid, so I can't really lean into it. But I love what you do." When he told me that, 4 months later, when the guy said, you know, Al, you need to keep these people on the hook. We really think you're the best. We want to make you a partner so you can buy a new car. I said, what? He said, yeah, we want you. And she, you're better than anybody here. And our office, we're getting so many referrals because of you. And you just have to change it. We'll give you an assistant to, put it in the insurance form. And I said, what? And I said, yeah, we're going to, you'll be just like us. And I said, what? I said, yeah, you can join our country club. I said, that's it. I quit. And they said, you quit? Okay, what? You've been doing this now for 5 years, and you've got these 3 degrees, and they only work if you kind of stay with us because we give you credibility. We know your degrees are like were just given to you by this other guy who you were working for, and he needed you to have that degree so you could write the process, and he could make his $300,000. That's how you got that degree. I said, isn't that how everyone gets a degree? And they said, well, yeah, pretty much, but you kind of always do everything in your own way. I said, yes, and my own way is to quit right here, you fucking asshole, eat shit and die. I just walked out, never saw him again. I called that guy who loved that thing, and he called me. He got a hold of me. He said, listen, we got to go to lunch. We went to lunch, and he was laughing hysterically. He said, these guys have lost their shit because you're not there. You were doing about 40% of their booking. He said, they're losing their shirt. They're going to go under because you're not there. They'll give you anything. I said, I don't want anything. I like you, right? You appreciate what I do. Those guys just want me to make the money. They can eat shit and bangers. Buddy, there's nobody else like you. It's like you just, you don't just, tell truth to power. You make them beg for you to do that. And I said, well, what can I say? And that's all I can say is, what can I say? Well, y'all, thanks for hanging in there for 4 hours and 17 minutes and 44 seconds. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. As long as I'm working here, I have pretty good access to the old internet. And it's all good. Namaste. Yeah, sweet dreams. Love you.